What up and welcome. I am Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer, the hybrid, the best of both worlds from South Africa. In this course, I am going to teach you how to create this awesome dashboard user interface, but I'm going to do it in a very unique, effective, and impactful way. Not only I'm going to teach you this, but I'm going to teach you the core essence of development, which is architecture, a topic that is very rare in the internet and in the YouTube community. I am hoping to hold your hand and work with you and introduce you into the working environment. I'm not going to teach you techniques separately, independently, but I am going to weave the working environment experience in the course itself so that you can feel confident even if you have never worked before. But I will give you and equip you with techniques and tools that will help you at least to get courage to brush up your CV and start looking for employment. Why am I 100% sure? Simply because at some point in my life, I was in your shoes. Without wasting time, let's just jump straight into it. As you can see, this is a bit clumsy Visual Studio Code project of mine, and I have kept it like this for a reason. I don't want to provide a perfect environment for you when you get into the actual real life working environment and find out that Matthew's example or conditions were so controlled, they were so perfect such that you don't cope in the work environment. So what am I going to do now? I'm going to open a folder where all my YouTube tutorials stay. So let's try to clean this up, or at least navigate to a place that will build as a starting point. This is Visual Studio Code. I will click open a folder. As you can see, this is the folder for all my tutorial. I will select this folder, location, and open it. As you can see, now this symbolizes that we are in this location. Well, this looks a little bit cleaner, but still a lot can be done. At least we are in the right location. Not only this is the section that confirms this, but also, which is the most important part, this section must confirm it. How this section is going to confirm that? You must always look at the last folder here. Then you will know exactly where you are. This is very important. I will also indicate when we are getting into the importance of knowing where you are in terms of the command line. So for now, the best we can do is just to type a command clear so that we can just erase everything here on top. By clicking enter, as you can see, this is clean. Well, this is not the best, but at least this is cleaner. In this course, that's how I'm going to invite you in from knowing nothing, but helping you into getting into the environment of development and also giving you the most important things. I was just like you, I was asking myself, whatever that I'm learning on YouTube and internet, is it going to help me at least to land a job? If not, at least to be ready. I promise with certainty you are going to be ready after the end of this course. Let's continue. Now that we know where we are, which is in this folder, I'm happy about that. We need to create a Next.js application, meaning that whatever we create, it will be inside this folder. Then let's go to step number 2. I don't have anything ready in front of me, simply because in the work environment, you will be always be given a task which maybe you have never met before, or the problem that you have never solved before. How are you going to solve the problem? Obviously, you've got your friends, which is ChatGPT, Google, and the documentation. The reason why now we are going to jump into Next.js documentation simply because documentation is your good friend. Pretending that it is not is going to be a problem. You are going to type some commands which don't really exist or make some typos unnecessarily, and that will take your time. So as developers, no matter how professional we look or we seem to be, but we are still relying on documentation. Let's just jump straight to Next.js so that we can create a Next.js application. We are going to jump into Google, and then from there we are going to type create next app. Okay, let's click enter. As you can see, this is Next.js and this is a reference. Let's just click there. As you can see, this is Next.js documentation. Then let's just scroll there and see. Okay, this is how you create a Next.js application. npx create -next app. Let's copy this as it is and go to our terminal. Okay, we are creating this app in this folder YT tutorial 2024. Control V. As you can see, this app at latest simply means that we are extracting or pulling Next.js latest version. Let's click enter and see. What I'm going to do, since this might take some time after we are done configuring, to save your own time, which is most valuable, I am going to pause the video so that I can come back when it's finished. But the first thing that we have to do, we just need to configure the project. When that is done, then I'm going to pause the video and come back when everything is sorted. As you can see, this is taking some time. Don't worry, relax, you are going to be the best of the best. The takeaway from this course and from my channel in general, it's only one thing. I wish you can find me sincere and relatable, or if not, at least human enough. I wish I cannot provide an image of a guru, an intelligent, or a genius. What I wish you can take away from this is that I am Matthew and I am your friend. Now, let's just go to the internet for some time. For this video, we've got a Figma file. So in the meantime, let's quickly organize that Figma file, the one that we are going to work with. Should you want to contact me, you can visit me. This is my website. Now, let's go to YouTube. Let's search for Coded UI. Coded UI is another channel of mine where I teach people UI design, specifically on Figma. So the URL or the path to the Figma file, you can find it here. Let's click on videos. I've got a full course where I'm teaching people how I have designed this dashboard, the one that we are going to code. So if you can click here, there's no need for you to play the video.
I am going to teach
you. You can click pause and then you can go here. As you can see, this is a link to the Figma file. So if you want to get the Figma file, you can just click here. So what we are going to do, we are going to quickly jump to Visual Studio Code and just see the progress, so that if there is something that we need to put in there, so that we can quickly put it to speed up the process. Back on Visual Studio Code, Next.js is asking us the name or the project name. Okay, now what is important in this stage, please make sure that your project is all in small letters. Okay, so let's say dashboard app. Okay, this is the name of our file. Let's just make sure the spelling, everything is okay. Dashboard app. This looks fine to me. Let's click enter. So Next.js is asking us, Would you like to use TypeScript? Yes. Why would you like to use TypeScript? TypeScript now is becoming the standard of the industry. One day you will like to work for a certain company, get a job, feed your family, and become a better person in general. Well, in that pursuit, companies will ask you, do you use TypeScript? If not, well, obviously they might not employ you. But not only that, TypeScript, it's like a guardian. It guides you as you build your code so that you can minimize the mistake while you are coding, so that you cannot ship errors into development, something that employers don't like. But not only employers, but even the users, they don't like that. So let's click enter. Want to use ESLint? Let's just click enter. Would you like to use Tailwind CSS? Of course, enter. Would you like to use the SRC? No. Would you like to use app router? Yes. Okay. Would you like to customize your default import alias? For now, let's just click no. Okay, enter. And then now the project is installing. At least we know whatever that we are doing, this is at least we are running two things simultaneously, trying to save time as much as we can. In fact, that's what developers do. Back to the Figma. As you can see, this is the Figma file. So I will suggest you go and create a Figma account, even though at this moment in time you feel like you will never and ever use it. But believe me, you will use it, or you will need it. Let's say in the work environment, you are going to be given a link to a Figma file. Not only in the work environment, sometimes when you are looking for a job or for employment, companies might test you and they will send you a link and they will ask you, how long will it take to create and develop that UI? So how they will do that, they will always give you a Figma file. So you can just go to Figma and register there. Let's just click open here. Okay, it's taking some time a little bit, but that's worth it. So as you can see, guys, this is my Figma file. I am the one who has been designing this. Obviously, I have been inspired by this guy. Okay, as you can see, this is his design. So whatever that we're going to do, it look exactly like this. Maybe if it's different, it's just minor things, maybe icon and small things. As you can see, this is the coded design version. Okay, now let's just check here. As you can see, guys, this is the coded design version. So what I'm going to do from here, I'm going to extract this, or let me just copy it instead. Make a copy of this, pull it to the side, as you can see. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create a frame. As you can see, this is a frame. I'm going to take this and put it inside this frame. As you can see, now it's inside this frame. I'm going to change the background of the frame to white. Okay, as you can see, to your white. Okay, then I'm going to scratch the frame. Okay, and I'm going to center this design. Okay, I am not sure what is this. Okay, something happened here when we were busy making some adjustment. Let's just click undo. Let's move our frame to here, as you can see. So let me just highlight everything and press Ctrl G. Okay, let me make my frame bigger, and then let me take this inside here. As you can see, guys, boom, it's inside. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to save this, okay, so that this can help us in terms of, as we are coding and developing, we are going to use this image. You will see when we are working on it why. Okay, we are not going to use this project as a reference. Okay, so you can click here. Let's just make sure this is centered. Okay, I'm happy with that. You can click here and then scroll down and then come to export, change this to JPG and export it. So we have just exported this into a image, something that we'll use as a reference. Okay, so this file is going to be very helpful because when we need colors and other things, we are going to come here and we are going to sample some colors. So meaning that in this course, you are going to also learn the basics of Figma, so that at least if the employer can give you a Figma file, you can know what to do, and also you can know what to ask in case maybe you feel like the file has not been presented very well. Let's continue and check the Visual Studio Code progress. As you can see, I told you this might take some time. There are many reasons why it might take some time. It might be because of my computer. It might be because of the internet. So at the moment, I think we've done everything that I had planned. I am going to pause the video and I'm going to come back when this is done. Let's see. It looks like it's almost done, but let me pause the video. I'll come back when I'm sure this is done. Okay, guys, it looks like it's done. Okay, so let's continue, guys. Remember, I told you that this is very important. Okay, the mistake that beginners make, and this is the mistake that I was also making, is to run commands in this folder, which is a problem. Remember, we are still in this clumsy folder, okay, the folder that has got a lot of things. This is not where we want to be. As we get into this course and dive deep in it, I am supposed to make things clear and clearer. Okay, so meaning that this is not the right place to be. As you can see, this is cluttered. Okay, and clutter, it's an enemy of the developer. Okay, clarity must be the leading or the chief aim or a dominant thought in the developer's mind. With that being said, let's just make sure that we are in the right folder. So where do we want to be? Okay, let me just click here and press arrow up just to quickly remind myself. Okay, this is the command that we created, and this is not going to give me exactly what I wanted. Okay, so what we are going to do now, I just forgot what was the name of our project, which is my mistake. Okay, so let's, oh, here is it. Okay, here is the name, dashboard app. Okay, now that we know the name, okay, how do we get inside this directory? Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to rename this, okay, just to copy the name as is. This is what I usually do to avoid some typos and minor typing errors. So if we want to get into this directory from here, we can just type C. Okay, my apologies about that. Let me make sure that the cursor is here. We can just type CD and space and paste the name of this folder as is. This CD stands for change directory. So now this is not going to be the main directory. This is going to be the main directory. Okay, this is the common and the most easy way of changing directories. So let's just click enter. As you can see in the command, the last folder that we see here is our app name, Cool Beans. But this is not the way that I am used to. Okay, the reason is I can change this directory on the command line. But remember, as we proceed in this course, things are supposed to be clearer and more simpler. So to me, this is still cluttered. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to go into this folder and click any folder here or any file. And then when I'm done clicking that file, I will right click and reveal in Explorer. Revealing in Explorer, it takes me to my own Windows folders. As you can see, this is the folder directory. So I will copy this directory and then go back to Visual Studio Code and click File, Open Folder, and then I will paste that directory here. Then I will open that folder. Obviously, this took me a couple of steps and a couple of seconds, but I like it simply because we are moving or gravitating towards clarity, simplicity. Okay, so if we close this, as you can see, now things are a little bit clearer and everything is clear and easy to see. Let's see if that is the case. Maybe I might have made a mistake. Okay, my apologies about that. Maybe I was careless in making sure that I have clicked the correct folder. My apologies. Let me just repeat the steps. As you can see, I want to be on the dashboard. Let me click enter here. Now, as you can see, I'm jumping to exactly where I want to be. Then let me open again. As you can see, guys, this is clarity. Okay, where are we in terms of the folder in Visual Studio Code? We are on dashboard, and the only thing that we see here is dashboard. I like this because whenever I want to work on this project, I am not going to start from other parent folders and I have to go up and down looking for this folder name. Remember, at some point I made a mistake of even forgetting the app name. So imagine if I have to always search for this app name inside other folders. So not only that, if we can open a terminal, how do you do that? You can just pull this up and you will see here this is a terminal, or let's close it. You can just go to terminal and click new terminal. As you can see, here is the terminal. So here in the terminal, we are inside our folder of interest where we want to be. If things are becoming more clearer, please do me a favor, hit that subscribe button to help my channel to grow so that I can reach more students and help more people. Now we are done. What is the next step? So the next step is to run this project so that we can see what is there for us. Obviously, I'm not going to run this from my own head. Let's just go to Next.js and see what they are saying about running this project. Okay, let's see. After this, do they have any suggestion about what do we do next? If it's not there, that's not much of a problem. We can see what we can do. As you can see, guys, maybe I'm not in the exact page of how to create and run a Next.js app, but from here at least we know what to do. So you can come back here and type this command npm run dev. We are running the development. It means that we are still developing the application. We are not on production. We are on development mode. So let's just click enter. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is supposed to be live on this link. Let's just click that link and see. Okay, it's going to take some time, a little bit. Let me just close the tabs that I am no longer using, just like this one. In case you are asking yourself, what is this? This is my 10-hour coaching course. Instead of creating a single course that has got 30 videos where you might only get 10% of the value, but you have paid the full amount, you can book a coaching course, a 10-hour coaching course, where I will teach you based on your level of knowledge. Let me close that tab. Let's see, this is a new tab. I don't think I need it. Okay, other tabs, I'm still going to use them. Let's go to our application. As you can see, guys, if you have reached this step, believe me, you are the best. And not only the best, but you are the best of the best. In case you don't believe it, leave that to me. I believe in you. You are the best of the best. Let's continue. As you can see, guys, we have successfully created a Next.js app. Obviously, this is far from our mockup or where we want to be. Let's take baby steps to go there. Talking about baby steps, In case you think of me as an intellect or as a genius, let me just give you an idea of how I learn coding, or how am I learning even right now. This is my Trello account. As you can see, this is how I learn coding. As you can see, I've got some pictures, okay, of everything. When I'm watching a YouTube video, I can take a screenshot and I will save it here. Let's say I want to be reminded of a command to create a Next.js application. I'll just come here and type create, let's say, and then obviously anything that has got something to do with create, it will appear here. So please be patient, okay? Don't rush, okay? Don't rush to work. If you are crawling, believe me, you will work. In case you don't have a Trello account, that's not a problem. Also, I've got a simple file here. As you can see, this is not even a Microsoft Office Word. This is a WordPad, okay? Let me just scroll through. So this is how I have learned coding, okay? This is how I have learned coding. So let's take baby steps, okay? Now, this is our project. So the first thing that we are going to do, we need to clean this up so that it can be ready for our own project. Let's go back to Next.js, okay? And then let's just quickly talk about this folder structure before we clean, okay? Next.js make use of a file-based routing, okay? What does that mean? It means that your folders and files, they are important because Next.js has got a certain opinion as to how you are supposed to name those folders and files. More about routing later in the course. So let's continue. The most important folder for now here, it will be the app folder, okay? We will be here for the most part of the course. So what we need to do here, we need to go here and click on the page. I am going to talk about the layout when we reach that point. Let's go into the page. So now I am going to create a magic, and that magic is simple. I'm going to press Ctrl A here and delete everything. But I am going to use a certain command, which is rfce. Let's click enter. As you can see, with that magic command, we just got a code snippet. Let's save this and see what that code snippet did. As you can see, guys, we've deleted everything. Suppose here we've got something that shows. So let's just quickly go back and see. As you can see, guys, this code snippet didn't supply us with a testing string, okay? Let's just write anything here as testing string and save. As you can see, we've got a testing string. So let's just go back and explain or get into details about the magic, okay? Since in this course we are gravitating towards clarity, let's just remove all the magic and the buzzwords. What do you need in order for you to be a magician like me? You can go to your plugins and search here ES7. There is a plugin that has got a very long name, okay? This is the plugin. As you can see, this plugin is installed. It's ES7 React /Redux /GraphQL. As you can see, guys, it continues. But this plugin gives you some command to quickly generate some small code snippet. Now you are also a magician. Congratulations. Welcome to my world. Now let's continue. Let's make sure we are here on this folder. At least now we have learned something about Next.js, that the most important page of file here is this. The most important folder first is the app folder, and the initial page that will be executed inside this app, it's this page. That's something. Now let's continue. Let's come back to the display. As you can see, we've got some stripes and lines here, which I believe it's not what we want. We want this page to be clean. Remember, we are gravitating towards clarity. The more things are clear, the better, and the more we will understand it. We want to be ready for employment. We want to speak or stand for ourselves in that front end UI interview. So that's why we must gravitate towards clarity, so that we can not only memorize the code, but we are able to speak the language of a developer. Now let's continue. So here we are looking for a CSS file that has got some Next.js CSS styles. Let's go here to this global styles and look for a body. One might ask, how do you know this knowledge? Remember, everything starts with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So that CSS, it's very important. That's how I know I have to go in here in this body. In case you might want to learn more about CSS, I've got a CSS course in this YouTube channel. I will show that later. Okay, now let's remove this inside the body, meaning that the body must not be styled. Let's go back here and check. As you can see, now the body is not styled. This is clarity. This is a clear canvas. Just like an artist, whatever they are going to draw, even if it's a Mona Lisa painting or the Last Supper, but they always start from a clean slate. So starting from nothing is the beginning of bigger things. If you are still learning Next.js, learning programming, learning coding, even if you don't know React or you don't know JavaScript, you are in the clean canvas, in the clean slate. That's the beginning of something. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. Not only am your instructor, but I'm your friend as well. Now, let's continue. If you've managed to reach this stage, congratulations. What is the next step from here? Well, one might say, why don't we go to that file that we have downloaded, this file that we're going to use as a mockup, and use it? Well, let's just drag it and drop it to a place where it's going to be easier for us to reach it. And that place is here. As you can see, we have it here. We can zoom it if you want to, so that we can see everything. So whenever we want to reference the UI, we can always come here. Cool beans, right? Yes. But we are not going to start creating something or developing at the moment. We need to sit down and plan. Why are we going to plan? Simply because this planning is the essence of development. Maybe other people might sell you syntax, how the code is supposed to be written. But here at Coded Design, we are selling you the architecture. You must be able to look at the different pieces of architecture and pieces of development functions, classes, and different tech stacks, and be able to beautifully create something amazing, just like a collage of all these things. Something that the employers will appreciate, and also the users of your app. That doesn't come from knowing the syntax and what function to call, but you need to plan. Now, let's talk about planning a little bit. Let's look at this UI and try to see what can we learn from it. We've got the navigation items or the navigation menu on the left. So whenever we click here, this section inside here is supposed to display the information according to the highlighted or the clicked item. Okay? And also here, as you can see, we've got some functionalities that which I believe they are some sort of default, or let's call them now semi-permanent. Okay, so what do I mean by that? This is what I mean. We've got components here, this one and this one, that seemingly will always be visible. They will always be here. It's like they are anchored, right? Yes. And we've got a section where we are going to render dynamic content. Okay, so in terms of Next.js, this part and this part, they form part of the layout, and this one forms part of the pages. If that is not clear, we are going to jump into demonstration and I will show you that. Back into our project. Okay, so what we are going to do now, as you can see, we only have testing here. Let's go back. Okay, in this folder, the page here is this testing, but I told you that we've got this part which is part of the layout. Okay, so this means that here in Next.js there is a layout page. Matthew, what is this layout page for? This layout page is for all the components that will always be in the page. They are not going to, yes, they will change, but at the moment it's look like 90% of the time they are there. Okay, so we will put those here. Let's just quickly see what's going on here. What I'm going to do, I'm going to look for a place where we are rendering the children. Okay, let's just see. As you can see here, the children are being, okay, let me see. Okay, function root layout. Here we are receiving the children. Okay, here we are typing the children on TypeScript, but here we are rendering, we are using those children. Okay, what are these children? These children that we are rendering here will be all the pages, okay, that we will create here inside this application. Obviously, at this point in time, based on where we are, I'm still assuming that we are going to create these pages here. But however, because we are all about clarity and efficiency, we might think of something different. We might think of creating a folder here, nobody knows. But for now, let's keep it simple like this. So let me render something here right above this, okay, before the children are rendered. Let's say we are rendering an H1 here. Okay, let's just type above and click save. Go back here. Let's see what has been rendered. As you can see, above has been rendered. Now, let's just copy this and render below. Okay, and render below. My apologies about that. Remove this. Let's render below and save. As you can see, we've got below. So above can act as a header and below can act as a footer, because a header and the footer, they are always there. The testing which comes from a page, okay, which comes from a page, and this is the page, can be the dynamic content. We are still going to architect this folder so that it can be clean. That means the cleanliness part of it talks to writing a clean and a easily maintainable code, a code that can be easily extended, meaning that another programmer can come into your code and easily get the essence of what you were trying to do. So we are still going to architecture this. Okay, so now I hope you do understand that here on the layout, we are rendering components that will be on the screen, let's say 99.99 times. Okay, more especially when it comes to what we are going to create here. Okay, now let's continue. Go back. We are still in the planning phase. Now let's talk about this folder structure. Okay, when we talk of the folder structure, it is very important for us to relate this folder structure to the address. Okay, as you can see, this part, let's say we've got / here. Let's say we've got this / dashboard post and click enter. 004. Okay, this page is not found. But something interesting here, above is still there. Remember, it's part of the layout. Let's see if below is still there and below is still there. Where is testing page? It looks like here inside we are rendering dynamic content. Keep it simple like that for now. You will see as we continue how this whole thing will unfold. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is the 404. Next.js is handling this gracefully for us. We don't have to do anything. It means that this page does not exist. Okay, based on how Next.js renders pages, okay, it will mean that we need to understand and adhere to its own folder structure. Let's do that now. Let's go back here. Okay, this is a piece of a bigger picture. As you can see, guys, this is a small portion, a certain section of the whole application. Here we don't have the login screen. Okay, we don't have other screens which are coming before this one, the registration, the user registration, and all those things. So we are going to take it from where we are, meaning that we need to specify that this is the dashboard aspect of things. I hope you do get that one. Now let's go back to the code. Now I would like us to create a folder here. By doing so, we are creating a clean folder structure, number one, so that we can write a nice and neat and highly maintainable code so that another developer can easily understand what we are doing. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we have got a clean architecture. Okay, so let's quickly do that. So here on app folder, let's create dashboard. Okay, a folder dashboard. Okay, this will also help me to explain to you the file-based routing of Next.js. As you can see, we've got a folder there, dashboard. Okay, remember I told you before, these folders are important, and also Next.js has an opinion. Let's get into that opinion part of Next.js. Okay, if we want, we can, I'm not in the right place, my apologies about that. If we want, we can navigate to that dashboard. Okay, let's click enter here to that folder and see what will happen. As you can see, guys, this is also not found. The folder is there, yes, the folder is there, but there is nothing. So now let's get into some ground rules or house rules for Next.js. Okay, if you want to navigate to a certain section in your application, for instance, dashboard, this is what you must do. Okay, you must always have a page.tsx. Okay, let's not worry much about the layout for now. You will see why. So what we can do, let's just copy and paste this, because Next.js want us to always keep this as a page.tsx. It's tsx because we are using TypeScript. Let's paste it as it is. As you can see, we've got dashboard and we've got page.tsx. Now let's save this and go back to the same folder. Now on the same URL, okay, on the same URL, now we've got testing again. Then one might ask, which testing do we have? Now let us be sure that this testing, it means that it's the dashboard testing. As you can see, guys, click save, go back. This is dashboard testing. Even though we are on dashboard, a different page, but above and below is still here. Remember, I told you that this part will form part of a layout. It will always be here. This is very important for the work environment. It's one of the techniques that you need to understand and master. So when you are looking at the UI, don't just get into the HTML and CSS and JSX and code it, but think like an architecture and code like an engineer. Let's continue. Now I hope you do get the essence of the layout in Next.js. Now let's continue. Now, as you can see, this is telling us that now in this entire application, which is a bigger thing, we are in the dashboard. How is this helpful? What if maybe the company decides to include a login screen? It will mean that we will have another folder here, which will be login screen, and the login screen details or implementation could get in there. Cool, right? Because now we can extend this application. Why is that possible? Simply because we didn't chuck everything in this page. It was going to be difficult for this to be extendable. If you like content like this, please don't forget to subscribe. Let's continue. Now that we have this, okay, we need to have a layout as well. Remember, this layout here is the layout for everything. Okay, let's copy the same file as is, this file, and let's go back here and let's paste it. You see, now we have layout. Okay, let's see what we will have there. This is supposed to have refreshed already. Okay, cool beans. I wish we have an error. I like errors. This is one of the things you will discover about coded design. Why I love errors. Errors, they will teach you exactly what you want to know at this point in time. Going to YouTube and watching a course but still come back and run away from the errors won't help you to learn. But errors are a clear indication of where you need to improve. Meaning that if you can sit down and try to solve those errors, that will be very important. So when you see an error, try to understand what it says. Remember, I told you, don't want to be a genius. Don't want to overwork your brain. Don't look for something that you have not learned yet. If there's something that you don't know here, don't mind copying the whole block and pasting it on Google or ChatGPT so that you can get an idea of what might be the actual problem. Believe me, it might look like it's cheating. Maybe that's how it might look like. But employers, they like a solutions-driven employee. Somebody who don't say, oops, this is an error, and they don't know what to do. Let's continue. As you can see, this error is telling us, can't resolve this. So this means that in the file that we've copied, we've got some files that file is looking for, but based on its own different location, it's referencing to a different folder. Okay, maybe I will explain more about that later, but what we need to do, we just have to look for this CSS file that is needed. We just have to remove it. And that's it. And then we go back here. As you can see, okay, don't mind about these errors. As you can see, now we've got above, we've got dashboard testing, we've got below. Okay, so meaning that this layout now, it's starting to play its own role. Okay, which is this layout that is here inside this dashboard is starting to do exactly the same thing that this layout is doing. Okay, I hope you do get that. Okay, so now that is said and done, let's just look at what are the errors that we have. Okay, hydration failed because the initial UI doesn't match. Don't mind much about this at the moment. Okay, so let's just close here. And then what we need to do now, since I was just doing things for the sake of showing you how things work. Okay, so I am going to make use of ChatGPT. Okay, remember I told you that don't stress yourself. Okay, there are some tools out there that might help you to do things better. Okay, the first attempt that we can do, or the first thing that we can do in trying to solve this problem, we can just clean this up. Okay, the reason why I'm saying we can clean this up, as you can see here is just a simple problem that you, even as a beginner, you can detect. Okay, at least if you've got knowledge about HTML, okay, we've got the basic HTML document, the mother structure, okay, which contains everything. One of the mistakes that we are doing here on purpose, we are defining two HTMLs in one file. That alone, it's a sign of there is something wrong that we are doing. Here on the layout, we've got HTML, and then on this layout again, okay, on this layout again, we've got an HTML. As you can see, this is a problem. The first solution, we can clean some things up here as we wish. Let me make sure I'm on the right dashboard, on the right layout. We can clean some things here so that this can work perfectly. But as a beginner, there is also another very quick and easy way, which is ChatGPT, which also I will encourage you to log into ChatGPT so that you can see how easy and how quick ChatGPT can be. Okay, let's say please generate, we are prompting ChatGPT, generate a Next.js layout page. Okay, a Next.js layout page for a second, let's say for a second folder that I have in my Next.js project. Outside, okay, outside of okay, let me say it's not outside. Okay, in my Next.js project, inside app, inside the app folder. My apologies about this, inside the app folder. Click enter. Okay, let's see what ChatGPT is going to give us. Whatever that ChatGPT gave us, we are just going to copy it and paste it there. Obviously, we just have to see what ChatGPT is trying to do. Okay, and then from then we will continue from there. As you can see, ChatGPT is creating a layout for us in JS, okay, .js. We are using TypeScript, okay, so obviously there might be some challenges here and there. Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says. So the reason why I'm starting here, I'm just trying to show you, number one, don't shy away from tools that will help you. Even if you are in the interview, this is not a problem at all. I, as a person coming from the design environment, being a graphic designer and UI designer, when you are some sort of looking for references too much, it feels like you are starting to become a copycat. Here in development, all developers are copycats, but in different masks, okay, which is whatever animal somebody is masking to be, maybe behind a lion mask, but we are all copycats, to be honest. That's why there are frameworks for us to use. Okay, let's just check here, page, second folder, page one. Okay, now let's look for this folder. Okay, so let's just quickly ask ChatGPT to generate a TS version of the layout. Okay, I'm just showing you here that you can guide ChatGPT to give you what you want. Okay, and then from then we're just going to copy this and learn from it. Okay, so let's just ask ChatGPT, please provide a TypeScript, okay, version of the layout file. Okay, of the layout file. Let's see. Okay, so ChatGPT is going to generate a TypeScript version of that file, and then we will be good to go. As you can see, guys, okay, here is layout.tsx. We're just going to copy this, paste it there, and see. Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, let's just copy this and go back here Okay, now let's highlight everything and paste what ChatGPT gave us. First of all, this has no errors. I'm happy about that. Let's click save and go back here. Let's see. As you can see, now all the errors are gone. Okay, so I have introduced ChatGPT to you as your friend. Okay, now let's see. Here is the second folder layout. As you can see, according to ChatGPT, we've got dashboard testing and we've got below. Okay, I hope this has given you an idea, some sort of a perfect introduction to Next.js and how Next.js works. Now we are going to get into some sort of actual development. Okay, something that you have been waiting for. At least I've managed to some sort of nicely and smoothly introduce you to how Next.js work. Next.js uses React. So when I'm saying Next.js, maybe don't think that I'm talking about something else. This is still React, but we are some sort of adhering to Next.js's opinion, or rather to Vercel's opinion, which is Vercel is a company that is working on Next.js. If you're still enjoying this tutorial and you're learning, please don't forget to subscribe. If possible, you can share this with your friends or click the like button. Now I'm happy with this. Let's just go back and do some cleaning. Okay, let's go to the default layout. Okay, enough about this above and below. Okay, more especially about below, because we want to be above. Okay, we want to get that front end job. Okay, so we are optimistic, we are positive. Okay, let's continue, guys. So I've just removed those and let's just go to Next.js's layout. As you can see, Next.js's layout doesn't have, we can remove this comment, doesn't have the HTML. As you can see, what it does, it receives these children and it has got a header, something that I don't think we need it for now. We can remove this one as well. Okay, it has got main here and it has got footer here. Okay, as you can see, we don't need those things for now. Let's just save and see what we have. Okay, as you can see, dashboard testing. Now let's go back to the UI, the mockup. Okay, as you can see, guys, so tactically or strategically, we have solved the first part of the problem. This is where other developers will disagree with you, because other developers are more like visual oriented. Okay, if they don't see something, they have a problem with that. I do understand that. Maybe those developers, they grew up learning to code from YouTube. Most YouTube students, whenever they see a tutorial, they want to get into coding. These are some of their comments. You are taking too much time without solving the problem, not knowing that whatever that you are explaining, it will help them to get into the work environment. It's in the door, because when you get into the work environment, before you get there on the interview, sometimes you might be asked to code. Okay, but in most cases, the interviewer will sit, the employer will sit with you and they will ask you about concept. So this planning gives you a lot of information about concept. Now let's continue. So meaning that we have done something important. We know where to put this part and we know where to put this part. So which part must we start with? Okay, before we get into starting with, let's just go to Tailwind, because we are going to make use of Tailwind. Okay, we want to learn a thing or two about how Tailwind has been architectured, so that when we get into the actual creation of components, you will understand why I am doing things in a certain way. Okay, so let's just go to Tailwind's documentation. Okay, not only I'm going to just go to Tailwind's documentation, I want Tailwind responsive breakpoints, because now we are about to code and we are going to code in a certain way. So if I can get into coding a component, obviously you will ask, why are you starting from here? Why do you do things this way instead of that way? So in order for me to clearly explain that, let me start from Tailwind breakpoints and also responsive design. Okay, let's go back to our mockup. As you can see, guys, obviously this is going to be expanded. As you can see, there is this component. Okay, there is this component here, okay, for expanding. Okay, so this means that we are going to make this layout responsive. Okay, let's just check here. Is it my internet? Or yes, maybe it was my internet. Okay, responsive design in Tailwind. I wish I can get a list of Tailwind's breakpoint. This is exactly what I want. Okay, is there a place where they are explaining that Tailwind it uses a mobile first breakpoint system? But if it's not there, that's not much of a problem. Okay, let's just talk about responsiveness. Okay, in case you don't know what responsiveness is, let me go to Dribble. Okay, let me go to Dribble so that I can quickly show you a responsiveness. Okay, here I'm in the home page of Dribble. Okay, this is not the home page. My apologies about this. Okay, let's click enter on the home page. I want those different cards. Okay, UI cards of Dribble, these ones. Okay, and then let's how am I going to do this? Let me inspect. Okay, and then as I am inspecting, okay, let me minimize this. My apologies about that. Let me check this. Okay, this is what I want. Okay, now we are talking about responsiveness. Okay, let's look at what is happening on these cards as we minimize, or as we make our viewport smaller. Okay, let's see on those cards. Okay, do you see? Okay, something happened there. Okay, again, do you see? Something is happening. Okay, it looks like they are avoiding this edge. Okay, let's see. You see, it's a responsive design. As you can see, now we've got two columns here, column 1 and column 2, not 3. Okay, let's go back again. Okay, as you can see, now we've got one column. Okay, the overall design still look nice and professional. Okay, let me scroll up to this section. Obviously there can only be one column here. I'm happy with this. So I hope this has given you an idea of responsiveness. Okay, now let's talk about Tailwind. Okay, in this context, so when we talk about responsiveness, we've got things which are called breakpoints. Okay, a certain point where moving from right to left, or the more the window is getting smaller, okay, horizontally, there will be a certain point where you will need to rearrange the layout. Okay, you need to rearrange the layout to suit the view, okay, or the viewable area. That is called a breakpoint. So as you go down, you will also hit a certain stage where you will have to make a change as you go down, okay, based on how we do this. Okay, now Tailwind has got some certain breakpoints. Let me just quickly count them. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 5 of them. Okay, so meaning that Tailwind has got custom breakpoint, certain areas that Tailwind says in this area this is a breakpoint, I'm going to call this breakpoint SM. In this area, I'm going to call this breakpoint MD. In this area, I'm going to call this breakpoint LG. Okay, so let's just go to Figma. Okay, let me just make this clear with example. Okay, let's say this is our own website. Okay, window, a browser. Let's make this smaller. Okay, my apologies about this. Let's make this. Okay, I'm supposed to have 2 of these. If not, then I have to copy and paste again, make this smaller and make this smaller. Okay, as you can see, guys, we can copy this again, make this smaller and make this smaller. Okay, we can change a little bit. Okay, then the last one. Okay, make this smaller, Control CV. Let's make this smaller and let's make this smaller. This will represent like mobile. Okay, the mobile is darker. Okay, so what we are doing in terms of the demonstration, okay, we are using, let me call this an outside in approach. Okay, we are saying as we get in from outside. This is important. Why I'm saying this is important? Tailwind has created their own breakpoint system in such a way that it doesn't conform to outside in, but it conforms to inside out. This is very important because it will structure, or it is going to have an influence on how am I coding. Okay, meaning that I'm telling you I am going to start from a small screen first. Okay, why? Because Tailwind is using an inside out approach. As much as when I'm demonstrating, I'm using some sort of a desktop first because I wanted you to get an idea, okay, that you can make this smaller. But Tailwind says, based on how I've architectured my own system, I start from a small screen and expand. Okay, so meaning that if we can demonstrate Tailwind, we are still going to come up with something like this, from here to here to here to here. The shape and the design and the colors will be exactly the same. But what will be the secret, Matthew? The secret is Tailwind. It's a mobile first system, or it adopts a mobile first what can I say, breakpoint system. Okay, now let's get into that so that you can quickly understand it. Okay, so Tailwind says, let me copy. Okay, let me expand this. Okay, and let me copy this first. Okay, let me copy everything. My apologies about that. Let me copy everything. Okay, Tailwind says, okay, when you are using my Tailwind CSS, okay, you start from the inside out. Okay, let's say as we go out, similar to here, as we go in, once we reach this breakpoint, this background becomes this color. Once we reach this breakpoint, this background becomes this color. Once we reach this breakpoint, this background becomes this color, right? Tailwind says, yes, I do understand that, but start from the inside out. Okay, here on mobile, this is how this color is. As you reach this breakpoint, which is SM, now things are going to change. This is going to be this color. As you reach this breakpoint, this is going to change. It's going to be this color. As you reach this breakpoint, this is going to be this color. Then let's say, let's just try to write a pseudo code. Okay, let's say we are styling things. Okay, I'm just going to type here CSS. Okay, since CSS, it's a styling language. Okay, make this bigger. I want you to see the difference. Okay, and why maybe starting from an outside-in approach might be difficult, or it might have some challenges. Well, maybe there are some developers who are used to desktop first. Okay, that's not a problem. So let's continue and see. So Tailwind says, when you are in the desktop, when you are in the mobile, let me make the mobile bigger. Okay, not necessarily bigger, but longer. Let me remove and press V, the scaling. Okay, when you are in the mobile, I am the mobile first. Okay, when you are here in the mobile, okay, in terms of the CSS styling, let me type here mobile. Okay, mobile is equal to clean. Okay, I will explain now what this means. Okay, CSS is saying when you are here on mobile, mobile means clean. Okay, this is what what's Tailwind suggests. When you are here on mobile, you can just write your own CSS style and say this color is equal to color 1, which is maybe brown or something. Okay, do we have any breakpoint here? No, because Tailwind is saying if you don't put the breakpoint, I assume that you are in the mobile. Okay, you are in the smallest screen. Good, right? This is clean because you just write the color that you want. As you go to another screen, you will need to tell me as Tailwind that you are in a bigger screen. You can only tell me as you go big. Okay, Control CV. Now color CSS color was 1. Now here we've got some change of plans because we are getting into a bigger screen. Now we are not only saying CSS color 1, we are saying we need first to tell Tailwind CSS. Okay, let's say this is SM, which is a breakpoint. Okay, let me make these maybe red. Okay, and bold. Okay, Tailwind is saying now once you get into a bigger screen, okay, just let's say 1 level bigger, okay, you need to type something. Now you are no longer as clean as you were. Just let me know that I'm in a different zone, then I will change that color to color 2. Okay, as you can see, let's just call this a second responsibility, that before you get in here you need to indicate, then you will indicate that. Okay, obviously, as you can see guys, this can just go on and on. Okay, I'm just going to, this is LG. Okay, and then you will indicate this is color 3, and then when you are here, okay, let's say this is XLG. Okay, and then you will indicate this is color 4. Okay, this is the inside out approach. Okay, now let me just give you a clear view of the challenge that you might face. Okay, imagine being asked, okay, to sing the song A B C D E F G, but you were asked to sing it in the reverse order of the alphabet. Z, blah 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 blah. I am not that smart. I cannot. So when you are using Tailwind and start from here, you are just saying my mind is rearranged in such a way that I can start from Z going backward at the same time singing the tune na 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 na. If you can get the essence or the level of complexity when you do that, it will require you maybe to have a special ability. And unfortunately, coded design doesn't really cater for savants, okay, people who've got an extreme like intelligence, high IQ, okay. I am just a guy from South Africa who likes to code, okay, and I have discovered later in my life that I like coding, hence YouTube makes sense for me. Now let's continue. Let's see how does this singing ABCD in reverse will become a little bit of a challenge. Now let's say we are starting from here, okay, we are doing the same thing, but we are saying we are going to start from the desktop. We are using desktop first from Tailwind, using Tailwind. Remember guys, this is entirely Matthew's opinion. This is something for you to think about, but not to declare it as absolute, okay. I hope you do get that one. This is the challenge that I as Matthew have faced. Maybe some other people, like this is not much of a problem to them, okay. Let's make this black, as you can see. So here we started from clean, okay. Here we are starting from labeling, okay. If you know Tailwind CSS, okay, this is what labeling can look like. Let me just give you an idea of what labeling looks like in Tailwind. This is a class. Okay, yeah, let me just take this for now. Okay, this is a class, a Tailwind class. Okay, this is a Tailwind class. Okay, let me just paste it here. Okay, let's see, do I have everything visible? Yes. Okay, let's see, this is a Tailwind class. Okay, so when you are here on large, okay, whenever you are here on large, you need to first specify that you are on large, okay, meaning that you have to always specify that you are on XL. Specify. As you go down, you need to specify. As you go down, you need to specify. Okay, let me try to illustrate this, okay, using this example. So what I did, I quickly went to this Tailwind play.tailwind. This is a playground for Tailwind. Okay, when you are in the mobile, okay, which is when this is clean, as you can see, this is clean, okay, this assumes that this will only take effect on the smaller screen on mobile. If you want green, tell me that you want green on SM. Okay, this is the green on SM. If you want to change the height to 100, tell me that you want to change the height to 100 on SM. Let me just show you an example. Let's change this to 300. As you can see, on SM this changes. And then also on SM, when you get into SM, you need to tell me that this is rounded full. Let's say we want rounded MD so that you can see the change. Okay, rounded MD. Yes, as you can see guys, this is nicely rounded. Okay, now one thing that I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this background so that I can just show you the difference. Okay, I am going to use the same background, but it's going to be clean. The reason why this blue, the one that I'm typing, it won't take effect, because Tailwind is saying we are above a small screen, which is we are on SM and above. That's why we are taking green. Let me just demonstrate to you that this blue, since it's clean, there is no SM in front of it, meaning that there is no SM, MD, large, XL or 2XL. So it favored this green because there is SM in it, and currently in terms of screen we are on SM. What if maybe we can be on mobile? Let's toggle to mobile. As you can see guys, it favors the blue. Okay, so for me, then again, this is an opinion. Okay, let me go back to where we were. For me, it's easier to work from a small screen scaling up than a bigger screen scaling down. Okay, this means that on a smaller screen, you will thus just put your own plain CSS as you wish. Anything that you want to happen on a bigger screen, you will add SM. Okay, let's say we've got rounded full here. Okay, just for the demonstration purposes. Okay, let's say we've got rounded full here. Let's say we were trying to achieve the same thing, this one. Okay, we were trying to achieve the same thing. Okay, but okay, let me see if I can comment first this. Okay, that means I can comment this. Let's say we were trying to achieve the same thing starting from a larger screen, starting from SM. Okay, let's make it, let's start from SM. So we were going to have a div here. Okay, we were going to have a div. The div, we will have to have test. As you can see, guys, it has got test. And then we will have to have a class. Okay, now this is the stage where I say I have to sing A, B, C, D, E, F, G in reverse order. Okay, now before I type anything, I need to know where I am. Okay, as you can see, guys, okay, since this is a bigger screen, okay, I need to some sort of find a way of guessing. Okay, now to say that, okay, I want to be on let's say 2XL on the larger screen. Okay, but in our case, we are going to start from SM. This means that I have to do this SM. But if I was on mobile, I was just going to type and continue from there and add as I scale up the screen. But here, I need to type first SM. Then what I want a background of green. Okay, I want a background of green. Okay, this is what I want. And then do I have any test inside? Yes, I've got a test. Here is the test. Okay, so I'm on SM. I want a BG green. Okay, let's see, I'm on SM. Okay, SM, and I want a BG green, which does not really apply. That's not much of a problem. Let's say SMBG green. Let's say we are going to apply the BG. Okay, a BG like this without anything. Okay, we've got a div, we've got test. Okay, my apologies, guys, my sincere apologies. Okay, I'm starting to see the mistake. My apologies. Okay, I just didn't note where I am. Okay, maybe obviously some of you might have picked this mistake. Okay, I'm supposed to be here. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, now I'm starting from a larger screen. Before I type any CSS command, I need to know where I am. Okay, to me this was a problem because I need to always know, am I on XL or on SM? Okay, then let's say I just want to type the width. Okay, instead of just typing the width, okay, let's say the width I'm just going to use on SM. Okay, there is no width here on SM. We've got the background, we've got this one. Okay, let's just make this one 400. And then let's say on SM we've got the height. Okay, let's say now I want the height to be 300. Okay, 300 pixels. Pixel, this is what I want. Okay, as you can see, now the height of 300 pixel is taking effect. Okay, note that this height is taking effect. Okay, even though I didn't specify SM. Okay, the reason is this Tailwind is assigning this height because we didn't specify SM. Okay, to me, this is some sort of a confusion, okay? Because if I want to be exact about it, I need to put SM here. Even though I'm not exact, it still works because based on the programming and logic and how CSS works, this is valid, okay? So this means that if I am intentional about it, I must always remind myself that I want SM. As you can see, okay, even though I typed SM, it still works, okay? So this duality of typing SM there, of typing H there without an SM and it still works, to me, this has been the problem, okay? Let's say we are continuing, we want to put rounded, okay? If we can just say rounded, okay, and then rounded mid, okay, it will take place. I hope you can see here. If we say rounded LG, it will take place, okay, rounded LG, it will take place. Now let's say rounded full, okay, let's see, rounded full, it's taking place even though you didn't specify, okay? This way of doing things brings a certain confusion to me personally, okay? This means that if I want to specify where I am, whatever that I do, I need to always be reminded that, okay, in most cases, I just realize that I always forget to put this SM. Remember, this is just an example for SM, okay? What if we've got 2x in the mix? Okay, we also have LG in the mix. Okay, as you can see, guys, to me, this is some sort of a heavy work and a heavy thing to do. Okay, whereas as compared to from mobile first, okay, this is what I will do. I will just type a div, okay, and then I will have to close that div. And then from there, I will start with the BG Blue because I know that I'm working on a smaller device. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, the reason why I'm having some typos, it's because it's dark now. Okay, it's more like a sunset and I'm sitting in one place and I didn't want to pause the video to switch on the light. So please bear with me up until I finish this thought process or trail. Okay, so if I was here, I know that I want BG blue. Okay, BG dash blue class. Okay, class is equal to, yes, I'm on the right place. Let's say BG blue. Okay, BG dash blue. My apologies about this. Okay, BG dash blue. I know that I'm in a small view. Okay, and then what I'm going to do, let me just type test here so that I can see something. As you can see, guys, do I have to remember the SM and LG? No, because I'm following Tailwind default what can I say, mobile first breakpoint system. So I don't really need to remind myself, okay, that I'm here. And then as I scale the app up, let's say now I'm in a place whereby I want to type SM, I will be already done with my BGs. Okay, then I will just say, okay, now I want on SM, since I am on SM now. When I'm on SM, I will say on SM, I want a BG. Okay, my apologies about that. I'm supposed to put this semicolon. Here, I want a BG green. Okay. As you can see, guys, it starts to work. I hope I have clearly explained with clarity such that when you get into the work environment, you can be able to sit on an interview panel and present your case. When the interviewer is asking you, or the employer, why are you deciding to do the mobile first, then at least you will tell them, you can be able to explain yourself. If I can just do the coding without a little bit of explanation, maybe you might not understand like how things work. I hope this has given you an idea of where we are coming from, or how are we going to do things. Let's quickly jump to the mockup and see what do we need to do. Okay, as you can see, this is our mockup. Now, what we want to do, we want to have a strategy or a way in which we are going to approach the architecturing and building of this user interface. Remember, the user interface is not only there as a pretty face with no brains. The brains also are important. The brains are the part that will connect you to the other team. Okay, there is the designers, there is the back end. You are somewhere in the middle. So the brains of the UI, the thinking, the thought process behind it, it helps you to connect with these guys. If you are only focusing on the beauty, you might miss these two ends and you might delay the development time. So the first part that we will attack, let's make it this part. The reason why I'm choosing this part is simply because it has got some interactivity, which means it has got this moving up, okay, or scaling up and scaling down. Okay, so let's choose this part as the first component that we are going to create. Let me talk to the inside out approach. Remember, when we were explaining Tailwind, we said Tailwind is taking an approach of the inside out. It's starting from the smaller part, which is the mobile, and it expands to the bigger part, which is desktop. Let's adopt that because we are going to use it also in development when we are creating React component. Let me just break this down to you and give you an idea. This is a dashboard screen, but if you look at it, there is nothing called a dashboard screen, but a collection of smaller components, which is the top navigation bar or this top bar and this side navigation and some components inside. So this introduces you to the concept of component composition, which plays a role in code splitting. Companies, they like this concept, code splitting, because it enables you to create or develop independent component that can be independently tested, that can independently survive, so that they can be extracted and be plugged into another project. Do you know what we call that in development? We call that code reusability and scalability. So if we are looking at this dashboard, instead of us getting into creating this whole screen, that won't be a good programming practice or the approach. Let's look at one component at a time and create this component as standalone. So let's talk about this component. Looking at this component and its own interactivity, it has got some icons in it. These icons also, they are standalone component. Maybe if you were thinking we were going to start by creating all of this, that is not going to be the approach. We are going to use best programming practices and approach. So let's just zoom in for clarity and only create this icon component. Very simple, but this is the best way to do things. Now let's jump to the code. When we get here into the code, as you can see, this is our code. Now what we are going to do, we are going to create a folder that we will call component. Okay, so as you can see, we've got components here. Maybe one might ask, for interest's sake, why are you using capital letters on components? Most frameworks and libraries, when they are creating these folder components, they don't use a capital letter. For instance, let's say for some reason we want to use ShadCN. ShadCN also uses a folder components, but it doesn't put a capital letter there. So the reason why I make sure that I put a capital letter, I want to separate my own components or the components that we have created to any other components that might be added, or any other folder that might be here that will add components maybe from a different framework or maybe from a different library. This makes sure that we know this is our own, and the other one, it's a frameworks component folder. Now let's continue. We have identified that we are going to create an icon component, and let's just not only say it's an icon component, let's say a box icon component. Why? Simply because there is a box here and there is an icon. So let's create that component. Let's call this a box icon component, or let's just call it a box icon. My apologies, a box icon.tsx. It's already a component in its nature. Let's click enter. We are going to use the magic. Now, me and you, we are both magician, because I told you how to install this plugin that makes sure that we've got superpowers. So let's continue. RFCE, click enter, and then inside this div, then we are going to write here icon, or we can just type box icon. Happy. If we save, one might feel like maybe there is something on our project. As you can see, there is nothing. There is still this dashboard testing. Why? Simply because this component, it's a standalone component. Okay, we need to plug it into a bigger picture. Okay, it's like a brick in the wall. The main page, the one that you have seen, it's the wall. Now we need to plug this brick. How are we going to do that? Let's go to dashboard and let's come here on this page. Okay, now what we are doing, what we are going to do here, one might feel like, what if maybe we can plug our own component, which is box component here. Okay, box icon. As you can see, we can plug this box icon here. We are getting an error. What does this error suggest? Okay, let's talk about, let me just remove this box. Let's talk about this file and its own extension. Let's start from here. Maybe here you see this file as tsx. Okay, this file can have an extension of JS only and it will still work. It can have an extension of JSX, it will still work. It can also have, as it is now, TSX. So what's going on with these files? As you know that the web, it's being built, or the building blocks of the web, it's HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, so React as a library combined these two so that you can get a combination of everything, and that combination, they called it JSX, meaning that it's just a combination of JavaScript, CSS, and HTML in one file or in one page. This makes it easier for us because now we are no longer tied to multiple CSS files that are being pulled from different places. And also, React has taken care of a lot of JavaScript functionality and heavy code and a more technical code that might be complex for a beginner, so that we can focus on what we do best, focusing on architecturing highly scalable, fully functional, and easy to use user interfaces. So this is a JSX file. Now, inside this return, this is where you write your JSX elements. Okay, so what we are going to do now, because of this is JSX, whatever that you are returning in this return, whatever you are rendering, that's the actual term that is being used. Whatever you are rendering here, it must be inside one element. It must be wrapped in one element. As you can see, this is one element. As soon as you bring another element, then JSX will tell you we've got a problem. How can we solve this problem? Well, there are two ways to go about it. One might be to create a div that will wrap everything. As you can see, we can take this and put it here. This works very well. Let's go back here. As you can see, now we've got box icon, and we've got dashboard testing. Okay, but let me show you another way that works also. Meaning, instead of using a div, because a div it's an element, okay, that has got its own properties, okay, meaning that it truly wraps the children. Okay, remember, in terms of styling, whatever style that you give to the parent, okay, there might be some relationship between the parent and the children, okay, meaning that the div is coming with some family issues in the mix of the parent and a child. More about that later. But there is also another element that doesn't get into family politics. It doesn't throw its own opinion on the children. It doesn't block any CSS, which is, it's just a neutral guardian. It's not a parent, it's not a grandparent, and it doesn't want to be involved. It's like more of a social worker, somebody who comes and look at the dysfunctional family and try to offer a solution, and they don't want to get into the politics of the family. And that component or that element, it's a JSX fragment. Then how do you write a fragment? Let me try to delete this. As you can see, this opening tag and the closing tag is a JSX fragment. It does the same thing. It neutrally wraps the children so that you can render only one group of element, and it only does that. It doesn't get involved in the CSS and styling and how the children are being arranged. Let's just click save and go back here, and you can see everything still works. So what I'm going to do, let me try to close this tab, because whenever I'm passing through this tab, this WhatsApp window pops up. Let me just pause the video and fix that. My apologies for that. Okay, I am back. Now this works as intended. So this means that we have bring our own component into the entire rendering, the main page. Now we need to build and develop this component. So let's get into Visual Studio Code and create this box icon component. This is the main page. We want the box icon component. Let's just go back to the mockup and discuss more about this box. Okay, so as you can see, we are going to have a box icon. Okay, this box icon can be used by this logo where you want to put the logo. As you can see, the background will be white. But if you look here, this is also an icon, and when it's active, it has got the same box as this one, but with a slightly different color in the background. This is the same box but without that background, same box and the same box. Okay, if we are not careful, we might design or create these components as one component. Like every time we create this as this one, this one, this one, and we might have having different variations or different files of these boxes, maybe 6 of them. But since we want to stick to a clean code and code reusability, we need to create this box in such a way that it can be easier for us to render these variations. Okay, so let's do it this way. Let's create a component that is just a container. You can pass into it an icon, it will receive the icon and it will place the icon in the middle, but it is not aware of the icon. You have to inject the icon. This will be the icon. And then we need to work on the properties. You need to give it the properties, okay? Meaning that the color of this box. That seems like this can work. So let's continue and create this element. Okay. So what we are going to do, we already have a div here, which is okay. So for now, what we will do, we will have to some sort of get a library that will give us the icons, because at the moment there are no icons to test with. So let's just go to the browser and look for that library. Go to Google. Let's search for React icons. Library for rendering icons. Okay. Let's just quickly check here. As you can see, guys, here is this library. It's React icons. Okay. Let's see npm version. Let's click here and see, are we going to see a command for installing this library? Okay, as you can see, guys, here is the command npm I react icon. Let's click this. Let's go back here. Okay, the best way to do things is to always close our server or shut it down and then install the library. Okay, so this library will help us to give us a set of icons that we are going to use. Let's click enter and install. So let's go back here on the folder structure. Once this is done, if we want to make sure that this forms part of our tech stack, we can go to a folder here which is package.json, because this is an npm package. Let's click there. Move this. Okay, let's just check here on dependencies. Okay, as you can see at the moment, unless it's me, I don't see anything that has got something to do with React icon. So as soon as this is finished, then we need to come and check here if is there a new dependency, which is this React icon library, and then it will even tell us the version, just like this one. For now, let's continue and create our own component. So since we are using Tailwind, there are things that we know about that component. Okay, it must have this container, it must have a width. So let's type class name equal to, let's set a width. For now, what I will do, because I am used to pure CSS where I usually use pixel, now I am going to use pixel even here on Tailwind. But Tailwind has other different ways of coming up or styling the width and height, your dimensions. Okay, but for me, I'm going to use pixel. That's why you will see this square bracket. So let's say this is 50 pixel. Okay, that is my width, and my height, it's also 50 pixels. Am I going to see anything visually? No. Let's set the background, which is BG. Let's set any background for now. Let's save. Obviously, the server it's not running. Okay, let me just check my internet if it's everything well. Okay, I'm still connected. I'm happy with that. This will continue. Okay, so what I just did, I've just created a 50 by 50 box, and it has got this background. So when this is finished, we will see how that will work. As you can see, guys, this is finished. The first thing that we need to do, we need to go to our package.json to check if is this really installed. What I usually do, since maybe sometimes it might not easy for one to see this. So what I usually do, I always go back here and maybe copy this part, which is React icon. I will go here and click find, and I will paste this. As you can see, after I'm done pasting this, it quickly showed me that under dependencies, then we've got React icons. Why we've got a package.json. This is the more efficient and easy way of doing things. Simply because these packages, they've got folders that they are installing here in the node modules folder. Okay, here in this folder. Okay, these are files. Let's say you want to transfer this project to another developer. Okay, what will happen? This node modules is not that important because the blueprint of every file that is here is also here. So meaning that you can just, let's say, ignore this folder and just delete it. Let's just say it's 5 gig and you can't send it over the internet because it's too big. You can just delete it and then send only a zip file without this big folder. Let's say now it makes 3 megabytes. You can send that 3 megabytes to another developer. When that developer receives the file, they will first run the command npmi. That command will make use of this file to create this folder and install all the dependencies. I hope you get the idea. Okay, so let's continue. Now we are sure that this is the package and this is the version that we have installed. If maybe we might get an error that tells us about the version not being compatible, we must just go here and see that, oh, we've got 5.0.1 and this is telling us that we need to upgrade to 5.0, maybe 0.2. I hope that one is clear. Now let's go back where we were. First thing that we need to do, let's just run this project again. Okay, but before that, I'm just going to clear everything so that I can keep this clean. Remember, our mission is to make sure that we gravitate towards not only simplicity but simplified simplicity, because I want to help you to quickly understand this process of development. Now we have cleaned our command line. Let's run this command, npm run dev. We are running the development server. So what we can do when this is ready, we can go back to our browser. Let's look for, here is this, and then from here we can just refresh. Let's see if we will see any changes, more especially the Tailwind changes. Okay, let's just wait for it while it's getting ready, and then let's go back here. Now, as you can see, I've got a lot of tabs here. Most of them I don't use them. Okay, let me just close all these tabs. Okay, close all these tabs. I need the box icon one, close this one, and also close this one. Okay, so this is the only box that I have. Okay, let me make sure that I have saved, and let's go back. As you can see, guys, now we've got this box. Maybe you're asking yourself, what is this Tailwind CSS library or something? Okay, Tailwind is a utility first library. Okay, CSS library. Okay, what it does, it has got a collection of useful CSS classes. Okay, very short and simple CSS classes that makes it easier for you to work on only one HTML document, okay, including your styling. It's like if you are creating this page, you only work on this page. Let me put it into perspective in terms of the code. As I am working on this page, I will only remain in this page until I finish, simply because I will use Tailwind CSS classes that are pre-built for me without having to embed some CSS and write some complex CSS code. why this is important and helpful. As you can see, I will only remain in one page. And also, in terms of the styling, this is more simpler. What is more interesting about Tailwind is that it doesn't have some UI or styling opinions. For instance, if you are using a library like Bootstrap, you can quickly see from your user interface that this is Bootstrap opinion on how things look. But with Tailwind, it's just a utility library, so it doesn't have opinion on what you are going to create, but it just make it easier for you to create it. I hope that one is clear. Let's continue. Now that we know that we are having a box, this one, this box, okay, our box looks bigger. That's not much of a problem. As long as we've got the box, we can work from it, from that. And then let's just remove this word. And then now let's work on rounding the corners. Okay, let's say rounded. Let's click medium. Okay, I was expecting this to be rounded, or at least this to be a little bit different. So let me just refresh so that I can see. As you can see, now it's different. Okay, where it is, it might not be easier for me to see it. Let me just add a big padding, okay, here, so that this could be some sort of inside in a way, or I can even center it. Okay, so what I'm going to do, let me just use the padding for now, meaning that I'm not going to use the padding in this component. I will need the page in the dashboard where this lives, which is here. And also, let's just remove this dashboard for now, and then let's create a div here. Okay, let me just say undo, because the div is already here. What we can do, we can take this component and put it inside this div, and then what we're going to do, we are going to use a class name here, and then we can make sure that the width of this component is screen. Okay, the width is screen, okay, and the height is screen. Okay, this makes sure that this container takes the width and the height of the entire screen. And then let me center everything. Okay, justify, center, and align. Okay, now it's been a while since I have worked with Tailwind. I've been working with React Native. React Native has got some sort of a slightly different way of styling. Okay, so in a way, as I am helping you to understand everything, I am also some sort of reminding me and brushing up my Tailwind skills. Okay, so let's see. In Tailwind, we've got justify center. Okay, let's see, align center, or items instead. Let's say items center. Okay, now at least my memory about Tailwind is coming back. I'm happy. I'm also helping myself and helping you as well. So on Tailwind, we've got item center. Let's just go back here and see. Okay, looks like nothing has been centered. Not a problem. Let's quickly check what might be the problem. Okay, and then we've got height of screen. Let's just put a background here. Okay, this background, and let's quickly check there. As you can see, guys, this is the whole width. I'm happy with it. Okay, now it's supposed to, okay, it's a full screen. Okay, I'm happy with this. So let me just change the color to maybe 200. I want to see this box where it is. Okay, as you can see, this box is still here. Okay, this is very strange, okay, a bit. So for now, since I'm not up to centering necessarily, but I want to make sure that I can clearly see this. I'm not going to get into the dynamics of centering, okay? I will cross this bridge when we get there. So for now, let me try a different way. Let me try the padding of, let me just scroll here and see a bigger number. Let's say 44, a padding of 44. I hope this will push. Okay, this pushes this, okay, horizontally but not vertically. What might be the problem? This is a bit strange. Okay, oh, this is PS. I don't want PS. Okay, let me just delete this and press space. I want P, which is padding, not without S. Padding, this one. Maybe I have chosen a wrong number here. As you can see, guys, it's my mistake. So I can type here P44 instead. Now, as you can see, guys, we've got 40 in the padding and 40 in the padding. I am happy with this. We will deal with the centering later. I don't want this centering thing to move me off the track. Then let's continue. As you can see, guys, this is what we have. Then we are not going to always come back here for reference because we've already got this for reference. Okay, as you can see. So for now, we're just going to use our own discretion to come up with the sizes. Okay, so here we've got where is the box? When you want to go to the module where this box has been defined, you can right click here and go to definition. As you can see, we are inside that file. So here, let's make it 30. Okay, I am happy with that width and height. The width and height, it's not the main essence of this at this point in time. Okay, that's why I'm saying I'm happy with it without even seeing it. Now let's go back to the icons. Okay, let's just go back here. Okay, let's go back. Okay, as you can see, this is the library. Okay, let's just go to the front. Let's go to this documentation. Let's see how to use it. Okay, so after you are done installing, this is the example of a usage. Okay, you must first import it. Okay, you must first import the icon, and this is how you are going to use the icon. Let's see. As you can see, guys, you just put it as it is. Okay, also, it's been a while since I have used this library. I have been using React expose icons. Okay, so, or React native icons. Okay, so let's see. Let's say we want to use this as it is. Okay, let's just quickly test that our library has been installed successfully. Okay, let's take this element. Let's put it inside here. Save. Let's go back and see. This is our page. As you can see, guys, we've got an icon there. That means our library has been successfully installed. Let me throw another tip. As you can see, I am not a syntax person. It might happen it's been a while I have used Tailwind or even React icon. It might happen I have forgot some of the thing. To me as a developer, this is also the tip that I want to give you. In the work environment, that is not important. Why? Because every library, every framework, every package, it has got a documentation. What we are looking for your solutions. How do you architecture everything? Your thought process. How do you combine these bits and pieces of library to come up with a beautiful sculpture? So if you don't know a lot of things, I would say to you, relax. This is Coded Design. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer, and I am your friend. We are in this together. So let's continue. Let's use the documentation to help us. What is more important is the approach, thinking like an architecture and implementing things like an engineer. Let's continue. So this is where we are. Okay, now let's go back, okay, to where all the icons are. Okay, so let's just search here for a crown. Let's just search here for a crown. As you can see, we have the crown here. Okay, so let's take this outline of the crown. As you can see here, we've got these names. Okay, we've got these names. Let's just click on one of these and see. This shows us exactly how do you import and how do you use. Do you see the power of documentation? I was once asked in one of the interviews, when you want to know something about a library, what do you do? I failed that question dismally because at that time my skills and understanding were, at least for a novice, or they were immature. Okay, this is what I told the employer. I always come here and I will look for these intelligence here. And I was bold. And believe me, there was nothing wrong with that, because at that time, that's how I was thinking. So if I'm telling you about the importance of documentation and relying on it, it's very important. Let me just show you something else, or tell you something else about the documentation. As we are using these libraries, very strange in development, we are also creating them. We are the consumers and the creators. Maybe one might say, isn't the engineers of, or the pioneers of React, the Facebook team? Well, that is half the truth. If I see a problem with React, the React engineers, they are more than willing to bring my own solution into their ecosystem. So I am not just a consumer, just like in the retail world, whereby there is a product that I have to consume. No, in coding, I am the consumer and the creator. So I am co-creating React as I am using it. That's how programming is, or development world is. So back to the point. As I am using this library, it might be changed overnight. If I am going to memorize everything, I might install an old version of the library and it might keep on breaking. And when the CTO or your boss comes and they will ask, why do we have a bug here? And they will realize that you didn't check the documentation. You've memorized everything. As a result, you've delayed the production unnecessarily. It's very important to check the documentation. Now let's continue. I am going to import this. Okay, I'm going to replace this because I'm not going to use it. And then I'm going to come back here. Okay. There is something that I have noticed about icons. In most cases, icons, they are a perfect square. I've just noticed that in all those different libraries that I have been using, they are just a perfect square. Okay, that means that maybe, or in most cases, icons, they don't have the width and height. They only have a property which is size. Just let's say one dimension. Okay, simply because usually they are squares. They are better that way. So let me click save first before I show you how are we going to implement that. As you can see, guys, we've got the crown there. Okay, now one might be like, if I want to change the size, maybe I will have the width and the height. Let's just check if there is a size here. If there is a size here, I'm not going to use the width and height. I am going to use the size, and let's make this 20. Okay, because by nature an icon has to be square. Okay, so if I use the size, as you can see, this is a little bit bigger. I'm happy with this. Okay, so now let's change the color. Okay, as you can see, guys, I'm not consulting the documentation. I'm just testing my own knowledge, my general knowledge about libraries. Okay, relying on principle rather than a technique or an implementation, as you can see. So let's just type color here, and then let me write white. As you can see, guys, we are winning. This component is coming all right. Okay, now let me work on the sizes. Let's make it 40 a little bit. Okay, make this 40. And then in terms of the size, the default one, I think it was okay. Okay, my apologies about that. Let's just, for now, let's just leave this 20. Okay, so what we are going to do now, we want to center everything. Okay, this is the code that didn't work on that parent div, you remember, but I didn't get into it then because it was going to take me off track. Now if it doesn't work here, then we are going to get into it. At least that's a wiser use of our time. Let me just make sure I'm still recording. I'm happy with this. Okay, so justify center and item center. Okay, let me go backspace, item center. Okay, let's just go back here. Is it me or my own knowledge for my own Tailwind CSS has expired? Okay, as you can see, it looks like even here something is just not working well. Okay, that's not much of a problem. Let me just go to Google just to check something. Tailwind center vertically and horizontally. Let me just check something. Since it's been a while I have used Tailwind, let me just click any of these. We've got items center here. Okay, I just want to refresh myself. I don't want to get stuck into something that I could have used the internet just to check. Okay, H screen, yes. And then let's see on centering. Okay, item center and justify center. Okay, my mistake, guys. I am really sorry. I forgot the flex property. Okay, very important. Now I see. Let's go back, guys. Cool beans. At least we have learned something. As I've told you, it's been a while since I've worked with Tailwind CSS. I've been in React Native for the most part. Okay, cool beans. Now let's add flex here and let's come back here. Thanks to this part. Okay, as you can see, guys, we didn't waste a lot of time, okay, trying to fiddle. You just go to the internet and quickly ask what you want to ask and you will get an exact answer there and continue. This is what the employers love. Okay, ego is something that you need to work with as a developer. Unfortunately, in development, it's some sort of a competition of intelligence. The nature of us as human beings and the industry, it's just like that. Okay, we like to brag with our own intelligence. A developer like to struggle, and unfortunately that's a disadvantage. So I'm telling you, as you are new into development, don't get into that bad habit, because you are going to sit in your screen. You don't want to ask the next guy. You don't want to ask Stack Overflow or ChatGPT simply because you want to brag with your own intelligence. As you can see, problem solved. Okay, now I'm happy with this. We've got this component, but this component, it's not flexible, as you can see. So what we can do, we can make it flexible. Okay, remember the icon component, you are not going to get it here. We are going to receive it. Now let's do that. Let's receive some props here. Okay, the first prop that we're going to receive is going to be an icon, and then the second prop that we are going to receive is going to be the background color. Okay, and the background color. Okay, as you can see, guys, we are receiving this icon and the background color. Since this is TypeScript, we need to type these. Okay, let me just copy these brackets as they are. Okay, these are curly braces because I'm going to use them. Then let's type these. Okay, as you can see, the first thing that I'm going to do to make things cleaner, this is how I'm going to arrange my code. Okay, you will see now why. Okay, I'm receiving this icon, I'm receiving this background, and now I need to type this. Let me also put this here. Okay, I'm going to receive icon as a string. Okay, TypeScript is happy with this. My apologies. I'm not going to receive icon as a string. My apologies. I'm going to receive icon as a React node. Okay, React node. Okay, because it's going to be JSX or an element or even a straight string, anything that fits there. Okay, now the background color as a string. Okay, is there any other complaints? This is expected. Let's see what we might have done wrong. Box icon which Lex returns document. Okay, first of all, let me highlight everything and let's format this. Okay, let's see, format document with prettier code formatter. Okay, maybe this is how prettier would format it. Okay, let's see, box icon which lacks return type annotation implicitly has a type of any. Okay, let's see, this is the return statement. Okay, the problem obviously might be here on my formatting. I'm just assuming. Okay, let's just make sure that this is on one line first so that it can be easier for us to see. Okay, as you can see, we've got two braces here. I don't know what is this one for. Kumbaya, as you can see, we are done. Remember, we are using this element somewhere else in another page. TypeScript is telling us this is the importance of using TypeScript. We are catching this in the development time, not in the code. If we were using plain JavaScript, maybe we were not going to get this error. Let's come back here. For now, let's just comment it. Okay, go back here. And then I'm happy with this. This is perfect typing. Okay, let me save. Let's see if my own format selection. Yes, now this is working. This is much better. Okay, as you can see, this formatting system did what I was trying to do. Okay, as you can see. Now let's continue. I'm happy with this. Let me save. And let me save. Now, as a newbie, let me introduce you to a concept, okay, of working on your code. Okay, when you are trying to fix your code in development, we call this refactoring. Okay, it's like you are checking your code, cleaning it up, checking for some problem. Okay, this is an opinion. Okay, you don't have to do things this way. Always refactor incrementally, meaning that you work on your code and work on your code, quickly go through it and refactor. If you have to style things just like this, quickly do that. Quickly scan your code. If is it dry, is it clean, okay, is it solid? Quickly. Okay, the reason why I'm saying so, let me introduce to some debts, okay, that we incur as developers. Okay, if you didn't know, we do have. There is something called a technical debt. Okay, a technical debt is when you have a code smell. Okay, smelling fire. Okay, should you smell fire, that means there must be fire somewhere in your code. Okay, that's what real life or common sense is telling us. You've got a code smell in your code that you know it might be a problem. Okay, but you decide to ignore it. You are creating a debt. You will have to pay for it. The more you have all those debts, then we call that a technical debt. Basically, we're just saying you have been ignorant of some things that you were supposed to take care of at an earlier stage. Now the project is in production and it's running, and all your bugs are coming back to you. When you are trying to solve this one, this causes an error on somewhere else. When you are trying to solve this here, it causes an error somewhere else. So always just look back, refactor your code, try to clean it, make sure you still understand it. If maybe you have to comment, put your comment and continue. That will help you. Now I am happy with this. This component is promising to be flexible, okay, because now it receives the icon, it receives the background color. Okay, this component, it is not an icon because it uses an icon. That relationship is very important. Your component must not be, it's either they have or they use, but they must not be. If the icon is inside here, that means the box icon is an icon. Okay, the icon, it's embedded, engraved in its nature, just like the heart or the lung or the arm or something else. Now let's continue. Since we know now that this crown doesn't belong here, okay, we can remove it here and put it here on the calling module, okay, on the client code. And then as you can see here, we were using that icon. Now we are not going to use that icon. We're just going to open a block of code here and we're just going to type icon here. Whatever icon that we receive, we will put it here. Okay, let me just do a quick summary of this. We've got a component that will receive an icon. What icon are we going to receive? This is assumptive programming. We assume it's going to be the icon, but we don't know because it might be something else. At this point in time, trying to make sure it's an icon is not necessary. We are going to receive a background color, okay, knowing that it's going to be a string. We assume that it's going to be white, but it can be black, it can be orange. So this module is extensible, okay, because whenever you want to change it, you don't get into here, you can only change the calling module. This is the module that calls this code. I hope that is clear. Let's go back here to the calling module. It doesn't have all the props. Now let's supply it with the props. One last thing that I didn't talk about, okay, maybe you will see it here. Let's put the icon prop. As you can see, my apologies about this, icon prop, okay, and then we will pass that icon, the one that we had. This is happy, okay. Now as you can see, this button is not happy at all because it wants the second prop. Which is the second prop? It wants the background color. When you use TypeScript like this, okay, or props like this is mandatory. It must be there. That's why TypeScript is complaining. If we look at our mockup, this might be here, but in this component it might not be there. In this one it might not be there. When this is active, it might be there. So this component must take a chill pill, okay. It must not force me to put a color when it's not there. So how do you do that? You go to your typing, you tell TypeScript that we are going to receive a background color which is a string, but this question mark is telling TypeScript that it might be there, it might not be there. I hope that one is clear. Let's go back here and let's save. As you can see, guys, okay, let's go back to the code and see what is there. Let's just refresh. Okay, or there's something that we forgot. Remember, let me ask this question: where are we getting this color? Are we getting from the props or it has been hard coded? Let's go back to our code. As you can see here on the button, it has been hard coded. Where is it? Here is it. Okay, this is a problem, right? Because we are not supposed to hard code it, we are supposed to receive it. Okay, so let's remove the hard coding here. Remember, at this point in time, we are not putting it in yet. Okay, let's just click save and let's go back here and see. This works without the background color. Okay, remember, we didn't use the background color. Okay, so this means that we don't have the background, we are not using it here. There is a reason why I didn't use it here, simply because I wanted to show you something. Okay, when it comes to the CSS, the Tailwind way of styling things, okay, if you are not careful when you have to overwrite style or override style, simply because now we need to change this. Okay, so basically, how are we going to change it? We have removed the background style. Let me just click undo. Okay, now as you can see, with this being removed, we don't see the background. That is a problem. Let me just undo here. As you can see, now we are having a background. Let's say we want to some sort of add this background somewhere. Okay, because now we need to some sort of render it dynamically. Okay, first of all, it has to come from here as a prop on this background, and we are going to put it here. Then we need to have a way in which we handle that, and that's why I didn't quickly jump to this. Okay, I'm not going to explain much about this. Please, if maybe it's not clear, please try to check it on the internet. I think you will find solution there. But here is the essence. Okay, let's say before, when the background is not there, okay, we are going to have the background, and the background is going to be transparent, let's say, of which here now we are going to put transparent. Okay, BG transparent. Okay, that means we are having BG transparent here, and I am happy with that. Okay, when it comes to classes in Tailwind CSS, more especially when you want to overwrite classes, okay, let's say now we need to some sort of have a way, let's say, of adding another class here. Okay, another BG. As you can see, Tailwind is telling you that there is some sort of a clash in your choir. Okay, sorry, there is a clash in your style. I'm not sure why do I have to think of the choir. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, so there is a clash in your style. This is the background, and this is also the background. So meaning that with Tailwind, having multiple styles at once, it's a problem. Okay, I'm going to make it simple like this. Okay, by default, the last style will be used. Okay, in order to free ourselves from those politics, okay, there is a library which is called CLX. Okay, it will help us to facilitate that conflict. Okay, as to which style is going to be applied. Is this background, or let's say the background color, let's say BG black, let's say, just for an example. Okay, what I want you to notice here is that we've just got two BGs. Okay, there is this BG and there is this one. Okay, as you can see, even now it doesn't really show us some sort of a conflict whatever warning at the moment. So I think the reason why it was showing us some line, it's simply because of this same BG transparent and same BG transparent. Okay, so in Tailwind CSS, there is some sort of a problem when it comes to this overriding style. So there is a library which is CLX. okay, that can help us to facilitate this problem. Okay, let's say npm clx, okay, clsx, okay, my apologies about that, thanks to Google. Clsx, okay, let's just go to npm and just see what this library is. As you can see, guys, here is it. This is how you use it. You import clsx from clsx, and then or import this from this, okay, and then basically this is how you use it. Okay, you use clsx, and then I think this is more some sort of an advanced way of using it. Okay, I'm just going to some sort of use it the basic way. Okay, so the first thing that we need to do, let's just install it. Okay, let's just install it. Okay, let's just install it. Install clsx. Okay, let's see, there is an error and I like the error. Let's see the term. Oh, okay, my apologies. Okay, I am not supposed to copy this term as well. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, this is the only thing that I'm supposed to copy. Let's go back here, make sure that this is clean. Okay, then let's hit enter. We are going to save this. Okay, and then from there, let's just import it. Okay, let's just import it, clsx from clsx. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, here let's import clsx from css cool beans. Now let's see, remember I said there is some sort of a conflict in terms of Tailwind styles. Okay, we don't want to get into the politics of which style will be affected, which one will be deleted, and all those things. Okay, is it this bg transparent or this bg black? We don't want to get into that. That's why we are using this package clsx, so that it can handle that. Okay, so how do you use this clsx? Okay, so let me just show you practically. Basically, let's say const cn is equal to, we want to use clsx, this one. You can open these brackets and put your base styles. Okay, let me just type here base styles. Okay, this is your base, it's like your default styles, let's say. And then if you are interested in overriding it, some sort of changing those styles later, okay, then you can use clsx here, okay, to some sort of override the styles. Okay, meaning that you can put another color here, let's say another base styles. Okay, let's just quickly solve this problem, guys. This is not const. Okay, as you can see, guys, this works. Okay, so this means, what if maybe we've got a background color here as a style, and then we want to override it to change it? It will mean that we have to put that background color here. This clx will solve all the politics, okay, that we don't want, my apologies, that we don't want to be involved in. Let me just give you an example of where is this working. Okay, if you look at libraries like shadcn, okay, this is the ideal use case of this package. Okay, whereby these libraries basically they are manipulating, okay, the css styles, because they've got different variants. Let's say they've got a default button of black, and then when we are using their own button, you can pass your own styles. Okay, this is the ideal situation or use case where this is super important. But here I'm just introducing this. Remember, this course is geared towards getting you to be ready for employment, so you need to know things such as this. Even on the interview, okay, you might be asked css conflict. Okay, Tailwind styling conflicts. Okay, so let's continue, guys. So this means that we can take this style as it is now. Let's first make it proper. Let's remove this, or let's delete it. Okay, as you can see, this is the base style. Okay, base CSS style. So let's remove this base CSS style. Okay, remove it, and let's put a JavaScript block of code. And then let's come here. Where is this CSLX? We don't want this anymore. And then let's use the CLSX here. Okay, this is a simpler way of doing it. You first pass your first styles, which is your base colors, and then from there you might change it to, let's say, BG green. Okay, let's say BG green. Okay, and let's save this. So between this BG transparent and this BG green, which style will win? Based on this, let's see what is this problem. Unknown word. Let me just copy this as it is. Okay, if it's still unknown word, that's not a problem. Okay, so which style will win? Because this is the battle. Okay, now CLSX will make sure that this wins. Okay, so let's save this and take a look on our code. Okay, let me okay, remember we have stopped the server. My apologies about that. Okay, npm run dev. Now we are starting the server, so we need to check which style will win. Okay, this is very important. For your own info, you can go and search for a library which is Tailwind Merge. Okay, you can also search that, but it's like those things are doing the same thing but in different ways. Okay, this has been saved. Let's see. Okay, let's run this again. Okay, let's just wait and see. Okay, so we are expecting this to be green because the green color is supposed to be the winning one. Okay, let's go back and just check our code in the meantime, just to be sure, guys. Okay, so we've got BG transparent. Okay, okay, at the moment this will be here. Okay, there is no condition, so there is a conflict between this BG transparent and the BG green. We are saying we are favoring green because green means go, and we are developers and we want to go. We don't want to be transparent, guys, you know, invisible in the work environment. When you are, whatever that you say, the employer doesn't feel like you are here because you don't contribute. We want the green color. Okay, let's quickly go back. Okay, it looks like there is nothing here. Okay, let's just go back here, double check something. Okay, unknown word. Okay, very strange. Okay, let me not save. Let me just put my cursor here, press Control and press space. Okay, as you can see, we can import this CLSX from CLSX. Let's do that. Okay, I think this is the same thing, exactly the same as what we did. Let me save. Okay, this is the style, this is CLSX, and then we've got here we've got BG transparent and we've got BG green. Let me just remove this BG transparent just to test, guys. Okay, my apologies about that. Let's test. Okay, as you can see, this BG green wins. Okay, what happened to the centering? Justify center and item. This flex has got a problem. Okay, let me quickly fix that. Okay, I'm happy with that. As you can see, this green wins. What if then we bring back, let me even type it myself. Okay, we bring back BG black. Let's see. Okay, which one will be favored? Okay, black is being favored. Okay, This doesn't really work as I expected. Okay, as I expected. It doesn't work. This usually it's the base colors, okay, your base colors, and these ones, these are the colors that will win. Okay, let me just use ChatGPT. Okay, let me use ChatGPT to see if ChatGPT can help us. Okay, let's say CLSX. Okay, let me just type here how CLSX works in Tailwind CSS. Okay, let's see. Works based on how I have used it before. Let me try as an alternative CN. Okay, class names. I think there is a library called class names. Okay, let's say npm class names. Okay, maybe you never know. Maybe I'm some sort of confused in a way, or I forgot. Let's see. Okay, maybe it might happen I am mistaken that library with class names. Okay, as you can see, class names has got the first one and the second one. Okay, let's see. This can seem to include index. Let's see, is this what I'm looking for? Yes, I think this is the library that I'm looking for. Okay, I have 3 libraries which are in the same category. It's CN for class names, it's CLX, and it's Tailwind merge. Okay, it's Tailwind merge. So it's always between these 3. So it might happen for some reason I'm using it wrongly. Okay, let's see class names. Let's see some JavaScript for conditionally joining class names. Okay, let's go back to ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT is saying. Okay, let's see. CLSX text. Okay, padding. Okay, it looks like CLSX, it's some sort of a little bit complicated, since now I have just checked that what can I say, class name. Okay, it's very simple and it doesn't give us a lot of things. Okay, it doesn't give us a lot of things. Let's just quickly install class names instead. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, so we will need to remove CLSX. Okay, let's see. npm remove CLSX. Okay, as you can see, we are removing CLSX and we are installing class names. Okay, but I am convinced that CLSX works the same way, and also Tailwind merge works the same way. Okay, Tailwind works the same way, but for some reason CLSX, it doesn't really give us the desired output, or it might happen, obviously I'm making some mistakes here and there. Understandable, that's not much of a problem. Okay, we've got an alternative. Let's see. Let's run the server. Okay, obviously this is a problem now. Okay, what else? Also, this is going to be a problem. Okay, let's see. Let's just delete this and delete this. My apologies about this. Okay, I don't need this anymore. Okay, I'm happy with this. I can save and I can, my apologies about that, undo here. Happy, no error. And then we can come here, npm run dev. Okay, and then what else are we going to talk about? Let's just check on class names. Okay, let's just check on class names. let's see, this has got some require class names. This looks like is talking to Node.js. Okay, I think you require classes on Node.js. Okay, but that's not much of a problem. What we are going to do, when I really don't know where to import maybe whatever, an object or a function just like this one, what I usually do, I just use it and use what can I say, and use VS Code, okay, to quickly help me. For instance, let's just say const test is equal to, let's say, class names, and then let's see where can we import class names. Okay, as you can see, import class name from class name. Okay, now problem has been solved. I think this, it's when you are using Node.js. Okay, but let's continue. Okay, so what we want to do, we want to make sure that this class name, okay, this class name does exactly what we want. You put the first string and you put the second one. As you can see, guys, it does exactly that. So what we can do, we can come here again. Okay, we can come here again, and then we can type here class. My apologies about that. Okay, let's put a JavaScript block of code, and then we can type class names. Okay, and then we can open this bracket, and then what we can do, we can put the base classes. Okay, let's just save this as it is. As you can see, we only put the base classes. This background is black. Let's just test and see what do we have there. As you can see, we have black. Okay, cool. And then what we want to do, we want to override that black BG with BG green. Okay, suppose we are getting BG green. Let's go back there. Let's refresh. Okay, if this doesn't work, then it means that the way I'm implementing things, maybe I forgot a lot of things. But as you can see, guys, this works. Okay, this works. So meaning that class names is the guy that has won Kumbaya. Okay, now we know that we are in the game. Okay, the other thing that you can do, of which I don't think it's necessary, that one is not necessary, guys. Let's work with class names. Okay, we still have a long way ahead of us. Okay, so class name works. I'm happy with that. This means that now we need to find a way of solving this problem. Let's go back to the mockup, because we are solving this problem specifically. So how I see this is, okay, we have some colors, okay, that will be here based on the UI that we have. It's either this is going to be white or it's going to be this. Where is that active one? It's going to be this light gray. As you can see, we've got two options. Okay, so let's go back here. Okay, let's say when there is no color, this is going to be transparent. Okay, okay, this is going to be transparent. I'm happy with that. Okay, and then there are two options. Okay, there are two options. Now let's get back here. Okay, we are going to, it's either we have the background or we don't have. Okay, now let's quickly solve that problem. Okay, now let's say const. Okay, const what can I say? Let's say const winning. Okay, let's say is const background color. Okay, let's type that, background color. It's a very long name, by the way, but it's fine. Okay, let's say const background color is a string, but now we need to first ask, okay, we need to ask first, okay, do we have a background color? Because it might be there, it might not be there. Okay, how are we going to ask that? My apologies about that. We can take this background color and ask this way, do we have background color? If we have, this is what we are going to do. If we don't have, this is what we're going to do, and this will work. Okay, this is a ternary operator. It's more like a short form for if else. As you can see, guys, this works. So we can know that, or be sure this background color has something, because we will conditionally assign something here. Okay, let's say when it's true, there will be true here. When it's false, there will be false here. So there will be something here. So we can use this background color. Okay, this is the same name, of which that's a poor naming way. Okay, the one that is here, let's just give it a name of BG color. Okay, just to make sure that it's unique, the other developer cannot be confused with this background color, and background color. So now we can be sure that BG color is something. So BG color will be here. Okay, let's see, CSS. Okay, as you can see, BG color will be here. Okay, as you can see. Okay, now I'm happy with that. It will override the transparent one. Okay, or what we can do, we can just even take away this transparent color here. Okay, and then what we want to do, let's go to our condition. Okay, where is our ternary, where we are conditionally, okay, here is it. Okay, so what if we don't have a color? So we're asking, do we have a color? Yes. When it's false, we want to use transparent. When it's false, we want to use transparent. When it's true, we want to use the background color. Okay, let's quickly do some thinking around this. Let's go back to background color. Let's make some changes on background color. Remember, we have realized that we've got two possibilities here. It's either it's white or this light gray. Let's go and be smart with our TypeScript. Instead of saying this is a string that we are not sure what is it going to be, let's say this is a string that we are sure of. Okay, this is what we are sure of. This string, it's going to be white, a color white. Let me type it with capital letters. It's going to be a color white, or this is the power of TypeScript, or it's going to be a color of let's say, okay, light gray. Okay, let me just say gray. Okay, as you can see now, this TypeScript type, okay, is only expecting white or gray. Okay, how will that help us? Let's go and check here. What if we want to put here the background color? Okay, the background color, let's say we want to put it background color. Okay, it's supposed to help me here. Okay, this IntelliSense, yes, we are here. Okay, I will receiving the background color as a prop, background color. Okay, let's go back here. Let's see, do you recognize a prop like this? Let's see. Okay, it recognizes, and not only it recognizes, it's telling us that this type is not assignable to white or gray. As you can see, guys, TypeScript is telling us that I am expecting white or gray. So when we are using this component, it's either you will put white or you will put gray. Okay, so let's say I want white. Okay, not only that, I think this can even give you some option to choose from. Let's see. As you can see, guys, it helps us to choose between white or gray. I am happy with this. Let me save and let's go back to our button. So now we know that we've got two options here. Let's come back to our condition here. First of all, do we have the background? Okay, if we have the background, okay, that means we have it. It's either is going to be white or gray, meaning that after this is true, we still have got some other if else condition. Is it this one or this one? Don't forget that, but let's keep it for now because that's a true case. Okay, if we don't have a background, as you can see, the default is what? It's transparent. So the false part, it works. Okay, the false part will work. Okay, the false part will work nicely. Okay, and then what the other thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to make sure here in the end I've got a space. Okay, as you can see, these classes, they've got spaces in between them, as you can see. Okay, otherwise if there's no space, if you can put something else here, as you can see, this might not work. I'm happy with that. Now let's come to true. Okay, let's arrange this thing differently. Let's just put enter here, and also where is that dot dot? Let's click enter here. So meaning that if this is true, we need to ask something else again. As you can see, this is some sort of an IntelliSense, and it's working fine because it's asking, is the background white? Of which that's what I want to ask as well. Is the background white? If the background is white, what are we going to do? We are going to take please assign bg white. Okay, here. Okay, bg white. Let me just do this, guys, so that to make sure that I am typing the correct things. Okay, as you can see, this is bg white. It works. Okay, this is bg white. Let me just copy this as is. Okay, just to make sure we minimize the errors. Okay, please give me bg white. Okay, else what if this is not white? This will mean that this is bg. For now we're just going to put gray. Okay, bg let me put a space, bg gray. It's gray 500. My apologies about my voice, I don't know why it's changing, but let's just copy this and let's put it here. Okay, I hope this is not confusing. I'm hoping, okay, I'm hoping this is not confusing, but let me take you through it. We are expecting three options. The first one, when this background is not there at all, we are going to default to transparent. When the background is there, also it has got two options. It's either white or gray. So it's like this is nested if. Okay, we are asking, do we have the background? If we have it, we are still asking, is the background white? If the background is white, that means this color is going to be bg white. This bg white will win, okay, and it's going to be assigned here. What if then we don't have bg white, we've got bg gray? This bg gray will win and it's going to be assigned here. Okay, if all of these fail, then we are going to have transparent. Let's save this and let's go to the practicality. At the moment we don't have the color. Okay, we have it. Let me remove it. Let's start from not having any color. Save. I'm expecting this to be transparent, as you can see. Let's say now we do have the background and it's white. I'm expecting the background to be white. Is this white or gray? Okay, this looks grayish to me. However, we can have clarity. Okay, we can have clarity by changing what? By changing this. If background color is equal to white, therefore put bg white. Okay, put bg white there, or put bg gray. Let's just put red so that we can quickly see if where we are. Oh, okay, I think it's my eyes. As you can see, that white still remains. Okay, I think it's my eyes, guys. Okay, so this is white. Okay, so how can we be bulletproof about this is working? So let's go back here and change this to gray. Then it's supposed to be red. Then we can be 100% sure that our code works. As you can see, guys, 100%. Okay, obviously this might have been a little bit complicated, but remember, I am giving you some tools and techniques of what you do in the work environment. Okay, you face problems such as these. Okay, these are your own duties, or these are your own problem to solve. Okay, so, and also these are the choices that you make as a front-end developer for whatever reason. Okay, now let's continue. That means now we have managed to get this component to work properly, and I'm happy with that. That means we are good to go. Okay, as you can see, guys, we've got this independent component that works very well. Okay, now let's go back here in our mockup. As you can see, guys, when this is white, the default color must be black, as you can see. Okay, and what else? When we don't have the transparency, okay, or my apologies, I think in terms of this one, okay, this is more like the same color. Okay, but with us, we are not going to use the same color here. Okay, let's make this pop up a little bit. Okay, we are some sort of improvising. Okay, remember, I was cloning this as it is. I didn't want to change it because I was teaching people how to clone it. Okay, but here I want this to pop. Okay, it's either it's going to be white, or let's just use orange. Okay, because this has to pop. As you can see, guys, this grayish color and this dim gray, it really doesn't work. Okay, we need to make sure that this is highlighted. This must be orange. Okay, so meaning that when this is white, when this component is white, the default color must be black of the icon. So let's go back here and see what we can do. Where is the icon color? Remember, the icon is the one that somebody must supply. Okay, when somebody is supplying the icon, meaning that they are in control of the icon. Okay, meaning that this component doesn't have an opinion on that. Our first plan fails. Okay, as you can see, so there's no need for us to dominate that. Okay, as you can see, the calling module, the developer that will be using this must decide. Even here, the developer will decide. We can only have some opinion on the background. Now let's go to the mockup. In the mockup, we want to check what color is this. Okay, what color is this? Let's just double click until we reach it, and then we can copy this as it is. Okay, we can copy this as it is, and we can come back here, and then instead of red, what we can do, we can put a square bracket here, and we can put hash and put that color as it is. Okay, which is that gray. Okay, let's go back to the code. Let's go back to the code. My apologies about that. Let me just refresh. Okay, obviously we don't really see if that gray is there. That's not much of a problem. What we can do, we can go to a calling module. We can change this background slate to black so that this can be black, and let's see. Okay, to me, if I can be honest with you, I don't see anything that looks like that, so meaning that we are having a problem a little bit. How can we prove that? Let's go back here. As you can see, guys, here is the problem. As you can see, this is red, and a square. This is my mistake. Okay, this is supposed to be like this. As you can see, guys, my apologies. Let's go back here. As you can see, guys, now we have it. Okay, so the icon will be styled by the developer that will be using this component. Let's just go back and refactor. Okay, highlight everything, make sure we format selection. Okay, just to make sure everything has been formatted properly. Okay, and save. That means we've got only two options. It's either it's the white or it's the gray one. Okay, let's do the last test. What if we've got white here? Okay, let's go back and see. As you can see, guys, we've got white here, but the developer must know that once they have white, they must pass a black icon. Boom. As you can see, we are done. Guys, if you feel like this is helping you to become a better developer, please don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let me just check if we're still on. Yes, we are still recording. I'm happy with that. So we are done with this component. Check the mockup. I'm happy with this. So meaning that now we are ready, okay, to create this component. Okay, let's create now this one. Now let's go back and come to components. Okay, this component, it's a left navigation. It's not only a side navigation, but it's a left navigation. Okay, so this component, when we click here, is going to expand. Okay, let's just quickly check, do we have a way, clear one, on how is it going to expand? Let's see. Okay, as you can see, guys, this is how it expands. So the expanded version, it has also got some name here. Okay, it has got some name. So when this is expanded, it's going to be like this. Okay, so that means we have finished this component. Okay, now based on this, okay, there is something that I see here, but we need to take this step by step. Okay, let's first create the expansion, okay, and work on this functionality. When we are done with that, let's make sure we test this functionality only on this. Okay, meaning that we are going to hide this and show this. I hope you do get that. And then from there we will continue and some sort of duplicate and also create these active and selected one and everything, as you can see, guys. Okay, and also we will see what we can do. Okay, but maybe here we are not going to get into all of these details, but we will cross that bridge when we get there. So let's quickly create a component here, and this component is left navigation. Is it left panel, or let's say, what's the name of it? It's a side menu. Let's say it's a left menu. Okay, .tsx TypeScript. I'm happy with that. And then RFCE. Okay, let me just type left here. Okay, now guys, let me open your eyes into something that I think it's very important and is powerful. As we compose these components, as we create them, what you must note is we are always taking everything that component needs outside of a certain parent. Okay, when that component moves, wherever it moves, it always take away its own dependencies, or its own dependencies are no longer needed, just like the icon which was no longer needed in this module. Yes, there was an icon. Okay, here it's needed. Okay, I think it was not needed where in this module. Okay, we had an icon here which was not needed. Okay, that's a powerful concept, because in programming it speaks to the essence of solid principle. Okay, in solid principle, the S stands for single responsibility. Let me just quickly go here and type solid principle. Okay, I was hoping I was going to get a list. Okay, single responsibility. Okay, as we shift things around, we are hitting the single responsibility principle. This icon had this box icon, this component had an icon which it was here, meaning that it was responsible for some sort of creating or coming up with these icons. Because we have deferred that responsibility to a calling module, now this became solid because let's say it adhered to the single responsibility, because now it just renders the icon, but it doesn't care much where it comes from. It just assumes I will receive the icon. So we are hitting the single responsibility there. Let's see how it applies now. As you can see, this now, okay, this component is not going to be rendered here. Okay, it's going to be rendered where? In the left menu, as I am going to put it here. Okay, then we need to import it here. How do I do that? I will press Ctrl and press space, and then I will import it here. As you can see now, here, as you can see, we don't need this. Okay, we don't need this. Let's cut this and let's remove it here, so that this can be only responsible for its own thing. So this is pushing whatever responsibility of the component that was there to where it belongs. Okay, as you can see. So whatever refactoring and moving code, taking code from this module to that module, we are sticking to good programming practices. That is good programming practices at work. Let's continue, guys. Okay, so let's see, what do we have now? Okay, this is on the left menu, so we need to put the left menu here on the controlling module. Where? Okay, let's change the background to where it was. Okay, let me just say BG Gray 500. Okay, and then let's put here left menu. I'm looking for that. Don't we have any suggestion? Okay, I'm looking for left menu. I think it was there. Okay, as you can see, this is not left menu. Okay, this is not left menu, that's why. And let's also change it here. My apologies about that. Left menu. Okay, left menu. Let me just copy this. Okay, I'm happy with that. Copy it as it is. We want to use it here. Okay, click here, Control space. As you can see, guys, now let's check if do we have the left menu here. As you can see, guys, this is left and we've got that. Okay, now let's create this. Okay, this will always fill the top, and this will span from top to bottom. I'm happy with that. Let's quickly create that. The left component, here is it. Okay, let me remove this. Now let's style it. Class name. Okay, class name. Let me talk about something that I think it's important. Okay, maybe it might be asked on an interview. Let's go back here. Let's look for Tailwind Playground. Do we still have it? Here is it. Okay, then one might ask, Matthew, when you were on Tailwind Playground, you had class equal to, and then you changed everything here and it has worked here. But when you are here in React, you have class capital letter N, name. Why? Okay, remember, React.js is built on top of JavaScript. Okay, so JavaScript as a language, okay, you can create classes. Okay, talking about object-oriented programming, you can create a class. So in JavaScript, a class is a reserved word. Okay, that means form part of the language syntax. So React couldn't use the word class here because in JavaScript it means something. Okay, it means something. So they had to resort, my apologies about this, they had to resort to class name when you are using React for styling things. I hope you get that one. Okay, so let's continue. Now what I want to do, I want first of all the background to be black. Okay, that we can all agree on without any doubt. Let's make the width of 35 pixel and the height might be screen. Okay, screen means it takes the entire vertical space. Go back here and let's see. As you can see, guys, okay, but remember we had the padding here. Okay, then now let's quickly work on that. Go back to the calling module. Okay, now that we are on the calling module, we had p of 44 here, which we don't want. We don't want even p at all. Okay, go back and check. As you can see, this stays right here. Okay, I'm happy with this. And then what we need to do now, as you can see, this is a little bit smaller, 35. Okay, let's say, go back to the left component. We've got 35 here. Let's make 50. Okay, let's make 50 and see. Still, I'm not happy. Let's make it 60. Okay, let's make it 60. At least I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's go to our mockup and see. Okay, it looks like to me we've got some margin top, okay, and margin bottom. Okay, let's quickly put that in here. Okay, MT MT. Okay, let's make it 30 pixel. Let's check that margin top, how it works. Okay, maybe I did something wrong. My apologies about that. Let's go back. Okay, make sure I clean everything, put space. Okay, MT, as you can see, instead of putting a number, let me put square bracket. I want 20 pixels. Okay, let's check again. Okay, is it me? Oh, my apologies. Okay, let's make this padding top. Okay, padding top. Why this is going to be padding top? Simply because we are inside this black. Okay, padding works inside this black component and margin work outside. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, I'm happy with this size, even though it looks like it's bigger. Now we need to check our proportion. Here it looks like it's smaller. Okay, but for me at the moment I like the visibility, but let's try to follow the mockup. Okay, let's go back here. It was 40. Let's make it 30. Okay, let's make this 30. Okay, at least I'm happy with that. The crown, it's a little bit bigger. Let's go to the crown. That means we are passing the crown on the controlling module. Now the controlling module is this one. Where are we passing the crown? Where are the props? Not here. This is a controlling module. We are passing the prop here. As you can see, the size is 20. Let's make it 15. Okay, I'm happy with that. As you can see, it's not centered. Let's just quickly work on that. My apologies about that. Justify content center. My apologies about that. Justify content center. Item center. Okay. Item center. Okay. Meaning that let's see where we are. Okay, let's see where we are and what we are trying to do. I've got this. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, now do we have a width of this? We have a width. Do we have a height? We have a height. Okay, now at least I'm learning. Remember, whenever we're going to use these, okay, they always work on flex. Okay, never forget that, guys. Okay, now my CSS skills are starting to come back again. I'm learning. As you can see, guys, everything just move up to the middle. Okay, we just need to remove one of these. Okay, I'm not sharp in these. Okay, the best I can just estimate that I can just assume or guess that we have to leave items center there, of which I think my guess was wrong. We had to leave justify, okay, so that this can stay on top, but it will be in the center. Okay, for me it looks like this gap and this gap is not the same, or maybe it's my eyes. Okay, let's go back to the mockup and reference. I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, the other thing that we can quickly work on, it's the rounded. Okay, let's look on rounded. We've got mid. Let's make rounded SM so that we can have small sharp border radius. Okay, I am happy with this. And then what else are we going to do? Okay, guys, my apologies. I will be back now. Okay, guys, my apologies about that. Somebody was calling me. Okay, I'm back. Let's continue, guys. Okay, I hope you are learning something with everything. If you want to take notes, please take some note. If you might want to contact me, okay, you can reach me here. This is my website, my personal website. You can just click here and organize a discovery call. I've got a 10-hour coaching course. Alternatively, you can check my other channel, which is our coded UI, if you might want to learn a thing or two about Figma. Okay, this is the channel coded UI. Okay, for instance, let me show you the UI that you see what we are working on now. I have created it from, where is this course? Here is this course, as you can see. Okay, as you can see, guys, here is this course. So you can come this side and also support my channel here. I'm the designer and I'm also a developer. Okay, so let's continue, guys. If you've managed to get here, I'm happy with you. You are the best of the best. You are getting there. Don't mind if there are some certain things that you don't know. An assumption, though false, if persisted therein, will harden into fact. This is what I mean. Whatever you assume with your mind, if you persist in it, it doesn't have a choice. It will become a reality. It has to harden into facts, into fact. That must be the driving force behind your hunger for learning. Let's get that front end job this 2024. Let's continue. Okay, guys, I'm happy with this. We are getting there. What else do we want to do? Let's check the mockup. Okay, what we can do now, can't we work on the expanded version? Okay, quickly work on the expanded version. it looks like there is also another component that we have to quickly create, okay, which is that component. It's a menu item. Okay, a menu item is a combination of this icon plus this. Okay, it's a combination of an icon plus this, and then we will have to create this drop down. Okay, remember I said we might not, but I've just decided that let's create it. Okay, let's do it. Okay, it looks like to me this one, it's a drop down. Okay, but some of these, they are not the drop downs. Okay, for now we will cross that bridge when we get there. At least now we know we are going to create it. Now let's go back to the matter at hand. Let's create this one. Okay, and then what we want to do, let's create a component. This is a logo. Okay, if that component name is menu item, is that name menu item relevant to a logo? Because a logo is not a menu item. Okay, let's have a different name of this component, because this is a menu item. As you can see, guys, where this is a menu item, but inside it we've got this component still that we have to name, and this component here is the one that has worked here. Okay, so let's go back and give that component a relevant name. Let's come back here. Okay, that component aligned things horizontally. Okay, it's like it split, it aligns things into two panel. Okay, align things are horizontally. Let's say okay, horizontal aligner. Okay, let's say panel. Okay, horizontal panel. Not really, this is not a panel. Let's name it according to CSS or Tailwind. Okay, what this does, okay, it arranges its items into flex, and the direction of that flex, it's a row. Now this is a perfect name. Okay, so it's a flex row. Is it a card? No. Okay, let's say it's a flex row. What is it going to be? Is it going to be a panel? For now, let's use panel. Okay, I'm not sure if panel has got a double N, but let me just TSX. Okay, let's use RNFs. I'm using React Native RFCE, not RN. Okay, let's see. This is not where I want to be. I want to be here. Okay, let's see. This panel is not recognized. Let's remove this. Okay, meaning that panel doesn't have double N. Let's just change here. Okay, so we've got a flex row panel. Basically what this thing does, it takes whatever, it arranges it into flex, and that's it. I'm happy with that component. Okay, also let's see, ain't we maybe fuzzy too much, or when are we not like taking things into too far in terms of maybe this doesn't really need to be a component? We can just take this and flex and gap, and that's it. Okay, even here flex and gap, and that's it. It doesn't really have to be a component, because this component is too small. Its responsibility is too small. Okay, meaning that whenever I'm doing that, I have to always flex. No guys, let's make it a container. Okay, it will save us some time. I will show you when it's saving us some time. So let's see how is it going to work. Whenever you put items, you wrap items with this it will what can I say, what it will do. Or my apologies guys, okay, this is what happens behind coding, okay. As much as it might like some sort of holding a debate in my mind, okay, but this is what is actually happening when you are coding, okay. Now this is not a component, okay, it's a CSS style, okay. I hope you get it, okay. As a developer, the choices that you make affect the performance of your own code, okay. If you are going to have some components, okay, instead of having some classes, okay, css classes are very lightweight than components, okay. So now let's go back here. Let's leave this as it is, okay. We will delete it later, but let's just create a component, okay. How are we going to create that component? Let's go to where we are using the logo. This is where we are using a logo. Let me show you. This is just going to be a CSS instead of being a component, okay. That is lightweight, okay, as you can see guys, okay. Then here we've got is it an h1? Okay, let's say we've got an h1, okay, and then let's name this h1 coded design, okay. Let's see what will be here. Suppose we've got coded design somewhere here, even though we don't see it. This will mean that in order for us to see it, we have to expand the width, which is at the moment it's 60, okay. I wish I cannot forget this 60. For now, let's make it 120. Apologies about this. And then let's make this, where is that h1? This is box and this is h1. A class name, let's say text color. How do you change the text color to on Tailwind? Yeah, text white. Yes, I think so. Yes, okay, I'm happy with this. Now we will be able to see this color, okay. When this is expanded, it's going to be like this, which is, it's still too small. Let's try 150. Let's try 150. I'm lost in my own code. I will find myself. Yes, I found myself. Let's make it 150 and see. At least I'm happy with this. Makes sense. Okay, so let's work on text. Text small. Okay, let's see what font is it going to be. Text small is not as small as I thought, okay. Our coded design is too long. Let's reference our mockup. Okay, now we don't have a choice. We have to go here. Let's see. Okay, for me, this feels bigger than this, okay. As you can see here, we are only thinking about this, but there will be also the drop down. So the drop down is going to be bigger. Let's go here. Let's make it 250. At least it's something, okay. At least it's something. I think it can work. Okay, but let's just say 230. I think we are getting there. Okay, I'm happy with that 230. Let's see. And then let's go to this. Okay, the reason why I was saying this is just a CSS or a style, okay, look at this. Number one, this container, where is it? This container, what a mistake, class name. Okay, this container needs to be flex. Now my CSS skills are, the Tailwind skills are coming back. This is going to be a flex. The web by default, I think the flex, it's a flex row, okay, in the web. So if we've got flex here, this is going to be a row. and we're going to make a gap of 4. Okay, I'm happy with that. Let's see what will happen. As you can see, guys, okay, as you can see, this is what we want. And then what we want to do, we want to justify content center. Okay, that means we need to align because this must be here in the center. Let's see. Let's items, align item center as well. Let's see how it's going to look like. What am I styling? Okay, it looks like I forgot where I'm supposed to be. I was assuming that I'm styling this. Okay, so this doesn't really have to be in the center of this whole parent. Did I use the right item center, justify center of what? As you can see, guys, okay, I'm in the wrong place here. Okay, my apologies about that. We started with this flex. Okay, even with this flex, what I can do, I can just take the whole class name. Okay, then this applies to what? Oh my god, looks like I'm in the right place. Yeah, this was right. Why am I lost? My apologies about that. This is the container that wraps this, and it wraps this. This is the right place to start with. If okay, justify center, item center, align item center. Yes, if this now jumps to the middle, then it means that this is a problem, which is the black container. Okay, my apologies about that, guys. Okay, what else? Is there any something that misbehaves here? Okay, let's see. Okay, okay, just a moment. The height of this screen and the width of this is this. Okay, it doesn't align its own children to center, but it's flex. Okay, let me remove even the flex and see. Okay, as you can see, when we remove the flex, it goes back here. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, so let's just let me just undo and see. Okay, and then instead of justifying, let me align instead. Okay, as you can see, justifying takes it there, so let's just only align here. Okay, which is items space here, items center. Okay, let's see. Okay, that means it's not centered. Okay, maybe let me work on flex direction. I'm kinda puzzled by this. Okay, and it's worrying me that CSS, it's like controlling itself, and I'm a developer. I'm the one who's supposed to be in control. Let me think about this. Okay, let me make sure that I also control the direction, the flex direction. Okay, let's see here. Justify content center. Do you have the width and height? You don't have the width and height, but I don't think that's the case. That's the point. Okay, let me try to work on the flex direction. It's going to be column. The flex direction of this is going to be column. Okay, let me see. Flex, apologies about that. Flex direction. Oh, okay. CSS Tailwind skills were gone. Flex dash column. Flex dash col. Okay, let's just remove the centering. This is a wrong spelling. This might be the problem. Okay, it looks like I'm sleepy. Okay, 100%, guys, this is what we want. As you can see that I've made some couple of mistakes here and there, My apologies about that. Now let's continue. Okay, let's check on the mockup. Okay, I'm happy with this for now. Okay, my comments about that. Let's go back to the mockup. Let's go back here. So I need to have a button here that when I press this button, this will move to the width of 60 or somewhat 70, and this has to disappear. Not a problem. Now let's get to another interesting CSS property. Okay, let's see. Now what we want to do, we want to create this icon here. Let's create it. We are going to create it inside here. We are going to create it inside here. And what we want to do, we want an angle. Okay. Angle left and right. Okay, let's see. This is the first one. Import. Okay, this is the left menu. We can import it here. Okay, and then we can use it here. Where are we going to use it? We want it to be inside this div. Okay, I'm happy with this. We are going to use, this is the left one. We are going to use the right one also. Okay, let's just confirm on the UI itself. Okay, what do we have there? Okay, also got this angle. I'm happy with this. Okay, let's go back. Okay, we want this one as well. We want this one as well. This is the left and this is the right. I'm happy with that. Let's just copy this. I'm happy with this. Let's just put this one outside here. My apologies about that. Maybe I've copied the wrong thing. Let me copy this. Okay, I'm happy with this. So now let me just make sure we are still recording 100%. So let's see what we can do, guys, from here. And then what I want to do from here, I want to make sure that I style this. Okay, let me make this 50-50 width of 50 pixels and the height of 50 pixels. Okay, rounded. My apologies about this. Rounded full. Okay, rounded full. And then what I want to do, the background, I want it to be white. Let me center things. As you can see, we are starting to center things. Okay, let me center things. Okay, but I don't think I will repeat myself in centering things again. Okay, I don't think I will do that. Okay, item center. Okay, item center. Okay, I have been centering things, so I need to find a way not to repeat myself on centering things, as you can see, guys. But I don't think the things are centered, but we do have this. Okay, the width is fine, the height is fine, rounded full. I'm happy with this. I'm with the background. Justify center and item center. It looks like it didn't justify center and item center. Okay, that is a topic for another day. Remember where we were, we said we've got a container here which we at some point wanted to make a component, and a thought came and we were like, no, this is a waste of resources. We can't make this a container. Let's make this a style. Okay, So let's go back to that one, because this talks to this centering. Okay, so if we can attend this problem and the initial problem that we left hanging, I think it will be a wiser use of our time. Okay, so because I might have forgotten a bit, let me just quickly type here Tailwind custom classes. Okay, custom classes. It's not that difficult, if I can be honest. It's not heavy, but it's been a while since I have written something for the web. Okay, you will see it's at layer something something. It's not that complicated. Okay, it's something that has got something to do with at layer. Let's see, what are the properties? Okay, where is custom classes, where you create your own classes and you do that in a separate file using CSS and at layer. This is what I want. So when you need to add truly custom CSS rule to Tailwind project, there is a project to just add a custom CSS to your style sheet. Okay, to your style sheet rather. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, this is main CSS. Okay, dot my custom style, and this, I don't want this one. Okay, I don't want this one. This one is very close to CSS, so that will mean we are not using Tailwind. Okay, I want the Tailwind version, the one that has got at this one. Okay, at component dot my style sheet. Okay, this is what I want. This is what I'm used to. Okay, let's see. Okay, still we do that at the main CSS, but we just use this. This is what I wanted. Okay, this is what I wanted. Let's see. I think it is like something is missing still here. Okay, I'm not sure. Like style base component. Okay, let's just quickly test it. Okay, where is our main CSS? Okay, let me just close everything here. Let's just check here. Do we have a CSS file here? Okay, not really. Okay, let's go back to app. Do we have CSS here? Okay, on app we've got this global CSS. I think this is the only file here. Okay, yes, this is the file that we want. Okay, and then let's see. Okay, layers components, do we have something like this? No. So this is the new one. Yes. Okay, let's first solve the centering. Okay, usually what I do to indicate that the styles that I'm using, they are not Tailwind styles. Okay, because now we are adding our own styles. Okay, let's go back to any file. As you can see, so we need to find a way of distinguishing, telling another developer that if this is Tailwind, okay, our own styles, because it might be easy or for other developer to be confused. Maybe let's say, let me just make an example. We've got center here. As you can see, it works. We are not sure if is it Tailwind's way of styling things or it's our way. So if we are not going to be distinct in defining our own style, we might also end up being confused. Let's say I want to remove that center. If that center that I've created, that CSS style or class, is not unique, we might even forget 2 days from now. Okay, as you can see. So when we are naming our own style, we need to be like unique. Okay, as you can see, these styles, I don't think they have some capital letters. Okay, so let's just introduce capital letters. Okay, let's just put center there. If that doesn't work, we'll just use underscore, but I think center will indicate. Okay, it will show you that this is a different style. I'm happy with that. Okay, I feel like there was something inside here. Okay, at layer component but let's first test and see if everything will work. Let's just take the code that we've been writing. It says I must have these. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, let's see. Okay, do not use empty rule set. Okay, now this is confusing. Okay, I'm a bit confused. Let's see, dot what. Maybe there is also another at here. At apply. I think so. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I think so. If not, we'll go to ChatGPT. I knew there was something missing here, but let's test it, guys. Let's say justify why it doesn't give me those. Okay, let's not waste our time. Okay, if this doesn't give us, let's just type in ChatGPT. Tailwind custom classes. Okay, let's define. Okay, we can just be polite. Custom classes. Let's see what is going to get. The code is somewhat correct, but I feel like there's something missing there. Okay, let's see. Yeah, let's see. As you can see, there is this at apply thing. I think this is the correct one, guys. Okay, this is the correct one. Okay, this is the correct one. Okay, let's copy and paste this one. Okay, I knew there's something which is not right about this one, but this one feels right. Okay, yes, this feels right 100%. And then what we want center here. Okay, and then at apply, let's just delete everything here, as you can see, and then justify center, items, center. Okay, one thing to note about your custom classes, okay, there are things that don't happen here. I forgot them. I don't know them on top of my head, but if maybe you might want to add a style here and this complains or throw an error, it will indicate that this style cannot be applied here. It can only be applied directly here. Okay, maybe as we are using this, we will get into that. Okay, as you can see, guys, we've just created our own style for centering. Okay, so let's go back. What were we centering? This is centered, as you can see. Let's first test it here on this icon. Let's use our own style, which is this one. Let's go back here to the button. Let's save here, and then what we want to do, where is the container that has got the background white and all those things? Here is it. Do you center things? Yes, as you can see. Let's remove this center here. What about flex? Let's take also flex to the other side, as you can see, guys. Okay, I think I can copy this as it is and go back to our own style and paste it as it is. This is what we want. Okay, that means we will be centering things. Okay, and then we've saved and we've made some changes. Are we using this center at the moment? Let's go back here. As you can see, guys, we're not using it. Suppose this misbehaves. I'm happy with this. Now let's use center and see. Okay, this is our own Tailwind style. Let's go back. As you can see, guys, it works. Okay, let's go back and see. Another developer can come and look at these styles and they will ask themselves, why do we have capital letters here? At least this is sufficient to tell them that there is something to investigate here, because it's unlike these ones. I'm happy with that. Even me, 10 years from now, I can ask myself, where are these things coming from? then at least it might ring a bell that this has been defined somewhere else. So what we want to do now, because since we are already here on these styles, we've got center. I'm happy with center. Okay. Meaning that this center, it just centers things. Okay. What if we can have the other one? This is center. Okay. Then what if we can have flex display flex? Let's call this flex dash row. Okay. That means what we are going to do here, we are going to align things into a row. We are not going to give it a gap, okay, because you will have to supply the gap as you wish. So justify content center, aligns item center, flex row, make sure that it's flex row, and that's it. This will make sure that things are aligned into row. And then we've got this one, flex call. Okay, and then this one is going to make a flex column. Okay, now let's go back to the decision that we made before. Let's come here. We wanted to create a component to solve this whole thing. It was going to take time and it was going to take some resources. Instead, we said we can defer that responsibility, okay, to Tailwind or to CSS. Okay, doing so, now this component, which we wanted to create some sort of a reusable component, instead of that, we still have a reusable Tailwind class. And that Tailwind class, what it does, where is the gap? This is a gap of 4. We can just take away this. Okay, we can take away this. Which item is this one? Yes, it's this one. So we can take just SI center and this one. Okay, we can take away even the flex. Okay, first let's see the mistake. As you can see, this is the mistake. Let's fix it by using flex dash flex dash row. Okay, this is supposed to solve the problem. Okay, row and column. Let's see what might have happened there. Okay, let's say flex dash row. Let's go back to our global styles. Flex row. Okay, this is flex row as well. Item center. I wonder why it's not applying. Let's try flex column and see. Okay, it has got a flex. It's the flex column. Okay, let me try something, guys. Okay, sorry. Paste flex dash. Where is column? Okay, sorry. Flex row. Where is row? Okay, let's just see why it's not going back to where it was supposed to be. Item center R. Might have been this was a problem. Center. Okay, let's go back and see. Okay, this needs to be here. Let's then remove this dash. Okay, then I'm just going to type here flex row. Where is the left menu? Here I'm going to add flex row. Okay, maybe that dash has got a certain meaning in Tailwind CSS. Okay. Let's say I'm not happy with this. I'm not happy at all. Let me try something different. Okay. Where is my apologies about this? Where I am here. Okay, I have used our own Tailwind CSS in this component. And that Tailwind CSS that we've used, it was center. Okay, looks like center works well. Let's go back here and let's use center instead. As you can see, there's flex row and what. Let's just use center and see. Okay, center works. So go back to our global styles. What might be the problem with this? Let's try to be clever. Let's copy this as it is. This as it is. Let's say this is F. This is flex row. We didn't change anything. Let's click save. Or maybe I don't think we have to refresh. I don't think we have to restart the server. I don't think so. Let's go back here. Instead of center here, let's use this. See, same. And then let me just make sure now we are picking this from here. Let me remove these. Okay, let me just remove the flex just to make sure. Suppose we have a problem. I'm happy with this, so let me just say dash row just to make it bulletproof. Okay, flex row. Now when you type flex row, it doesn't work. Okay, now when we type the flex of row, it really doesn't work. So what might be the problem? Remember, I told you there are some things that don't work here. Okay, let me make sure. Okay, let me even take this flex row to this side first. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's refresh. As you can see, guys, okay, flex row doesn't work here as I have indicated before. Okay, so what we are going to do, okay, let's see here, flex direction row. Okay, it's not much of a problem. Let's just use flex instead. Let's say flex column then. Okay, but how are we going to know if flex column is working? How are we going to know? Item center. Okay, this is how we will know. Let's cancel this. Okay, if we put gap here, where is this item? Okay, where is my apologies about this. This is where I want to be. If we put gap where here, let's row. As you can see, this gap doesn't work here. Okay, the gap has not been applied. Okay, so if that was working, the gap was going to be there. For instance, let's say here, flex column, save. Let's see. Okay, there's a lot of things happening here, but for the sake of continuing with the tutorial, let's just stick to the simple things first. If center is working, I'm happy with it. Let's just use it for now. Okay, we will see what we will do with the other things. If flex here it's working, I will use it. Okay, because flex here works. Okay, here flex works very well. So let's go back here and see, guys. My apologies about the delay there, but it was necessary because we're learning. Okay, so let's go back. What were we trying to do? We were trying to make sure that this flex, we don't repeat ourselves with this. Okay, let's just remove this was testing. So now everything is supposed to work fine. As you can see, guys, it works fine. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now let's go back to where we were. Okay, now we've got a new class which is center. So if I can go here and check this div, okay, let's see, it's 50 rounded full, pg wide, justify center, item center. We don't want this. We can replace it with center. Okay. This center will mean that we are no longer going to always type justify center and just that means we are dry. Dry stands for do not repeat yourself. I'm happy with this. As you can see, now that we only have one center, which is here, this is correct and there is no way we can type it wrong because we are not retyping it. Just look at how we have saved ourselves. This is centered perfectly. Okay, now let's continue. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay, this is 50-50. Let's just make it 35. Let's see. Okay, 35, 350. My apologies about this. This is my fault. Okay, I'm cool with this and I'm happy. So guys, now what we want to do, remember I told you about the magic of CSS positioning. Now we want to position this to here. We are going to make use of, let's go to the black part. Okay, another tip that I'm going to give to you, this is what I've been doing here. In React we don't use IDs. Okay, in React we don't use IDs. In fact, it's supposed to be a small letter. Okay, it's there but we don't really use it because it's not pure JavaScript. What I usually do, I use this just to name my containers. Okay, so I'm going to name this with a capital letter. I'm going to name it left menu. Okay, there's no need for the capital letter. Let's say it's left menu. Okay, but if it can be a capital letter, it helps me because now if it's like this, I will think it's like the same as Tailwind things. So let me stick to those capital letters. Okay, as you can see, I can easily see because with Tailwind you don't see your component. So I'm going to name my components like these. Okay, these ones, these are elements. So I want to be here. Okay, inside here I want to make sure this is relative. Okay, let me just do it and show you without relative what will happen. I want to position this absolute. Let me just type absolute here. Let's just quickly see what happened and talk about that. Okay, as you can see, this element before the div spans across this and it will push this div here. They are in the same flow. But once you make this absolute, this jump out of the flow, it feels like it's not part of this. So this element doesn't see it. Hence, it's staying on the first position. Meaning that now, once it's on absolute, it's like we can float it wherever we want to float it relative to the parent container. Okay, let's quickly test that. Let's make a left of 0. Let's see, where is it going to go? Left of 0 is almost the side. Let's make a right of 0. Right of 0, let's see. As you can see, this is not what we want. It jumps to the corner here, meaning that it's taking the outside, the outmost container, which is the body. So it's staying to the right of the body. Remember, I said to you, let me test and show you before I use relative. So it's being aligned to the right relative to the outmost container, which is, let's say, HTML or the body. Now let's tell it that you must be governed by this. Okay, if this is relative or it is also absolute, it will control that child. Okay, that's the relationship between the parent and the child. As you can see, now it's relative to this one. I'm happy with this. And then let's position it. Now it, where is that right of 0? Let's say let me use the pixel. Let's say it's 10 pixels, right? Let's see what it's going to do. It gets inside. Okay, Now when I want it to be negative, want to move the opposite, I will put negative here in front of this right. As you can see, it moves like this. So what I will do, let me just say 15 here. For now, I'm happy with this. Okay, in terms of the size, let's just keep it like this up until we finish what we are doing here. Okay, first, now we need a way to use React to help us with these. Okay, now let's introduce a state. Okay, now we are going to create a state variable. Where are we going to create it? We are going to, first of all, let me make sure that I format selection. Okay, I'm happy with this. Things must be nice and neat. Save this. Okay, now let's create a state here. Okay, inside here, const create a state. What is this state going to be? Let's say when you click on it, it's either it's closed or it's open. Okay, is this close and open? Not real. This is collapse and expand. Okay, so this name must be is collapsed. Okay, collapsed. Okay, then when we are setting it, it's going to be set is collapsed. Okay, let me just copy this as it is. We are setting it, set is collapsed. Okay, is equal to use state. Okay, as you can see, use state has been imported. So by default, it's going to be, is it collapsed? Which one is going to be the default? Let's say, okay, I will fix this. Let's say somebody gets in here. Which one would we prefer? When it's open or when it's closed? I think the closed one, it's cool. Okay, it's slim. I like this. Okay, I like this. This is some sort of slim. You must expand when you want to, but the default is going to be closed. So is collapsed. Let's say use state to false. Okay, maybe Next.js is complaining to us because with the Next.js there is the client side and the server side. Let's see if it's not complaining about that. Go back here. As you can see, you are importing a component that needs use state. It only works in client component. Okay, this is Next.js. So how do you make this a client component? This is what you do. Make sure your first line, you just type use client just like this, and the problem disappears. Okay, more about that later. And you're supposed to disappear. Okay, I'm happy with this, as you can see, guys. Okay, let's go back to our CSS. Let's make sure that when we click here, this is at least it's we hover over this. Okay, just quick, let's go back here. Okay, on hover, pointer, or is it cursor pointer? Yes. Okay, let's just quickly test that. At least I'm happy with this. Now it's telling us that you can click here. Okay, so what we want, by default, this is false. Okay, we can use this state variable because it is false. Now we are going to do apply a concept which is conditional rendering. You render element conditionally based on a certain condition. If it's true, this will happen or this won't happen. Okay, let's see. First of all, let's start with the lowest hanging fruit, this name. When is collapsed is true, this is supposed to be gone. Okay, let's quickly do that. Where is coded? Here is coded. Okay, we need a block of code here. We need to ask, my apologies about that. Let me copy this. we need to ask okay, is collapsed true? If yes, put this there. Okay, put this here inside this bracket, replace everything with this. But if not, replace it with null. Okay, since now it's already true, because we are saying, my apologies, this is my mistake. By default it must be true, because it will, when this renders initially, it's supposed to be on a small block. Okay, it's supposed to be collapsed, so meaning that now this is supposed to disappear. We are supposed to render null there. I wonder what is the problem. Let's see. Okay, this has been rendered. Let me just try to set false first to see if something is happening, and then we will deal with our logic later. Let's see. Oh, okay, something is happening. So guys, it's me who has some sort of lost it in the logic. Okay, my apologies about that. Okay, let's see. Is it collapsed? Yes. Okay, true stands for is it collapsed? Yes. Okay, let alone the width for now, because we didn't tie this to the width. But let's work on our logic. Is this collapsed? Yes. Let's go to our conditional rendering. Okay, is this true? Yes, it's true. As you can see, I've made a mistake here. When it's true, we don't want this. Okay, we just need to reverse this. When it's true, we don't want it, because when it's true, that means it's collapsed, render null. When it's false, you only render this when it's false. Let me just remove this. Okay guys, as you can see, let's go back. I wonder what happened. Let's go back. Okay, as you can see guys, there's a small mistake here. I'll just click undo. Okay, let me just paste this here and see. No mistake. I'm happy with this. Okay, and then I'm just going to replace null with this one. Suppose it works. Go back here. As you can see guys, okay, meaning that by default it is true and this is gone. Happy with that. What else are we rendering conditionally? The width of this is going to be conditionally rendered. Okay, by the way guys, if you feel like this is helping and you really want to work with me one-on-one, I can help you. You just go to this website of mine and click a discovery call. Okay, then we will talk. Okay, and then I'm going to help you from where you are to solve your unique pain point. Okay, you're struggling with Next.js, React.js, Tailwind CSS, just let me know. Even if you want to learn Figma, coding, UI, UX, you can let me know guys. Okay, you can click where is my brochure, you can just download here to see more about the 10-hour coaching call. Okay, coaching course. Let's continue. Let's see. Okay, I'm happy with this. So now let's render this width conditionally. Okay, now where is Tailwind? Here is Tailwind. The width is what? The width is this one. Okay, remember we did something about class name. I think now we are going to use it. Okay, I think we are going to use it. Let's see. Let's import class name. So I don't know where am I going to import it. So this is what I will do. I will just type here class name. Then it is going to complain. I will click here and click space. As you can see, it's telling us we can import it from class name. Okay, I'm happy with this. Let's see if we can alias this as cn, if that will work. Not really. Okay, let's see if we put this in brackets. Obviously this doesn't work. Okay, let me I'm not sure if it's going to work. I'm not sure, or maybe I'm using this the wrong way. Let me say import cn. Okay, import cn. Let's see if we can use cn here. Let's just quickly test this, guys. What I'm running away from, this class name is too long. Not only this class name is too long, we also have class name here. Okay, so if we are going to have a tendency of using this class name, we might get confused into this class name and class name and class name. So let's first test. Okay, if we use this cn, is it going to work? Let's just open the brackets here to see, does it give us some suggestions? As you can see, guys, it's giving us some suggestion. I'm happy with using this cn rather than the class name. Okay, let's see. So from here, let's use cn. Okay, let's open a code block, cn, and then these will be our base classes. Okay, these will be our base classes. What if this, where is the state variable? What if the state variable is false? We need to change this width. Okay, let's quickly do that. Okay, maybe. Okay, let me leave it like this. Okay, by default it's going to be like this. Okay, but if is collapsed is true, let me ask, is collapse is true, on top of this add another width which will override this one because of this cn. So if this is true, just do this, add this width, but this width must be 60. Let me just say 70 for now. What if it's false? Just do nothing. Okay, nothing. It can be null or it can be an empty string, as you can see. Now at the moment this is true. Suppose we render this 70 and this height changes. Let's go back. As you can see, guys, we are winning. I hope you are learning something. Okay, now this is becoming a little bit bigger. Okay, it's telling us that it's becoming bigger. Let's refer back to the mockup. As you can see, first of all, in the mockup, it's somewhere in the top. Okay, it's not conflicting with this. So let's go back to our heading top. Okay, where are we doing that? On the left menu in this id. Okay, do you see that now this id is starting to work for us? I'm happy with that. And then let's go to the padding top. Or do we have it here? Padding top, it's 20. Let's make it 40. Okay, as you can see, and then we can put this here. Okay, maybe we can even make this 60. Okay, so that it can go down a little bit. I'm happy with this, and then we can make this one here. Now let's make this a little bit smaller. Okay, where is this one? Here is it. It's 35. Let's make it 20. Let's make it 20. Then in terms of this icon, let's work on the size. Let's make a size of 10. Somewhat there, but it's very small now. Okay, for me. Okay, just it's fine, but it's very small. Okay, so meaning that somewhere at 25 we might be okay. Somewhere at 25 we might be okay. I'm happy with this, at least it's visible. Then let's work on its absolute position. As it is absolute, let's work on its top. This was right. Now let's work on its top. Okay, let's make it a top of 20. Okay, a top of 20 pixels. Okay, I'm hoping it's going to be half the distance from here to here, as you can see, but it's too up now. So on the top, let's just make it 30. Let's see. Okay, because the width of this has changed. Now this is almost like outside a little bit, which means we have to go to right. Instead of 15, let's just say it's 10. I'm happy with this. Okay, when we click here, we are not toggling anything because the state is not some sort of connected to this. Now let's go back and connect that. Okay, when we click this, let's attach an on click event. I don't like to attach an on click event here. Let's attach it somewhere here in the end. You will see now why. Let's say on click event. Okay, now we want to execute an anonymous function, anonymous arrow function, and then on click passing. Yes, okay, fine. Let's just click enter here. So do you see why I always put this here? Because I want to make sure that my code is in here. Let me just type alert here just to see if that error will disappear. Not really. Okay. Okay, my approach is about that. It doesn't disappear. What I might have done wrong. Let's go back. Okay. As an expression expected. Let me go back. On click. Am I on the right place? Okay. Where I am here. This is a div. Oh, okay. This is not a closing tag. I'm happy with this, but it looks like there is an error even without me doing anything. Let me just undo to see what I might have done. Okay. Where is this error coming from? Is it because of this X? No, I don't think so. Okay, let me just click undo, guys, and see. It looks like it's always there. Okay, undo, but this is too much. Expression expected. What expression? Okay, let's see. Can we remove this div? Something is not right somewhere, but I don't know where. Okay, cool. It's me. I've got CN here, which is not supposed to be here. Let's redo. Redo is not working. Undo. Okay. Undo. Let's see. Okay. We remove this CN here. Save. Guys, maybe I'm feeling sleepy. Okay. I really don't have a clue what's going on, but let's see. A man's gonna do what a man's gonna do. Let's see. This works fine. Okay, I'm rendering from here to here. Okay, let's see. This is okay. This is the opening div. Okay, where is this div closing? HTML or JSX. Why it's not showing the corresponding and the closing div? That's not much of a problem. Let's just get inside here and remove all these divs. Okay, let me close this and open it again. Okay, yes, I want to save the changes. Then let me open it again. Okay, Let's see. Let me remove this menu. Maybe it might happen. Okay. Remove everything here. I apologize, guys, about this. Go to React fragment. This client. Then from class names. Okay, let me undo. Highlight everything. Still there is something. Okay. R and FE. Oh, this is not direct native. RFCE. What's the extension? Left menu .tsx. Okay, let me remove this. What corrupted this file? I think I once encountered a problem like this before. What I did, I just changed the file. Okay. I think I once encountered a problem like this before. This is what I did. Okay, I just created a new file. Let me just call this leftpanel.tsx. Okay. Okay. As you can see, there is a delay with my own system. Suppose it's very quick and easy to create this, but as you can see, it's struggling. Okay. So let me just click undo here and leave this as it is. Let me just close Visual Studio Code and open it again. Okay. Okay. And open it again. Such things happen, guys, and you just have to open your code and close it. Okay. Okay, so if this was not solved, I was going to just create a new file, copy and paste the code there and continue. Okay, let's see. Let's wait for it to finish loading. Okay, I think everything works now. Let's go back here. Okay, let's go back here. Okay, npm run dev. Okay, my apologies, guys, about that delay. Okay, at least we have managed to solve it. And then where were we? We wanted cn from here. This was not necessary. And then from here, okay, from here, where is the, okay, from here, okay, let's see. Okay, I can see. Now we've got this right angle. Let's keep it here for now because we are going to use it. Let's just click save and see, is everything still okay here? Okay, all right. Let's see where we are. Okay, almost 2 hours. Cool with that. Let's continue, guys. Let's keep it going and let's keep it flowing. Okay, okay, I think everything works. And then what we want to do, let me try to be as quick as possible. What we wanted to do, or what we did, okay, we have used cn. Open a block of code. We have used cn. We had our base code, and then we rendered this, meaning that where is, am I on the right place to start with? No, I'm not on the right place. No. Okay, let me save and see. Everything's still working well. This is where I want to be. My apologies, guys. Okay, this is where I want to be. cn, put the base code, and then let me ask, is this true? Okay, if this is true, this means that this has to be 70. If not, let it be null. Okay, this has to be a string, guys. And we might as well put a space here just in case, okay, because between Tailwind style there is a space, always a space there. Okay, a space doesn't hurt. Let's go back here. It looks like this is not refreshing. Okay, let's see. Let's make this red just to see, is this picking up the changes? No, let's just refresh. Now it's picking up the changes. I'm happy with this. Okay, but is it rendering my own thing? This is true. When this is true, the width is supposed to be this or null. Let's see how we're doing the right thing. Okay, this is the left menu. Yes, class name cn. Okay, so I'm telling you that don't use this width, okay, if this one is here. Okay, as you can see guys, maybe I didn't save here. Let me just click save and go back. Refresh. Things are not behaving the way I want. Let me close the server. Okay, so something is just not the way I want to, but this bg red does update. Cn from class name. Maybe we can go back to the normal way of doing things. Class names. Okay, as you can see, class names. Maybe this cn thing of ours is the one that now it's binding us. Okay, let's check. Is this true? Yes, if it's true, you are going to put this. Oh, this is still 230, right? My apologies guys. Okay, my apologies about everything. This is still 230. Okay, let's make this 70 and see before we complain about things misbehaving. npm run dev. Okay, I'm typing on the wrong place. Okay, it looks like I just have to be slow a little bit so that I can be extra careful and okay, take things easy so that I can notice some errors. I can see now, maybe obviously it's been a while since I've been recording, okay, but I have to finish this. Okay, it's important to me that I finish it. Okay, very, very important. So meaning that now I just have to be a little bit slow and a little bit careful. Okay, this means that this is still loading. Control C, cancel the server, clear here. I'm happy with that. And then npm run dev. Okay, as you can see, let's go back and refresh here. Okay guys, such things happen guys. My apologies about a little bit of that delay. Now we are back here and everything is working. Okay, we did some changes that I think we have lost, but that is not much of a problem. That's part of learning. Let's just quickly make those changes. Okay, this is supposed to be black. It starts here, and then here we had, let's try 25. Okay, let's try 25. Where is the width? Let's try 25 here. And then in terms of the top section, where is the top? This is right. Okay, it's also gone. Let's say top was 10 or 15. I think it was 15. Let's go back here and check guys. Okay, also this one, it was 40. The top of this wrapping container, no, the padding here, where is the p? The p was 40 or 50. Let's just type 50. I think it was 40. Okay, 50 will do. and then we want the top of this icon. Where is it? The white one, this one, background white, center absolute. The top it's 15. Let's make it 20. Let's make it 30. Let's see. Okay, sorry guys, the more you go up, the more it goes down. So if we want to lift it up a little bit, let's see. I'm on top 10. Yes, but if top is 0, let's see. Yes, then 10 is supposed to be 10 is too big. Yeah, oh, my apologies guys. Oh, looks like Matthew is losing it. Okay, this was pixels. Okay, this was pixels. As you can see guys, I'm happy with that. And then we can just use 30 here. Okay, okay guys, so what we wanted to do, we wanted to use the on-click event. I think everything started there. Okay, let's go back guys and continue. On-click, it was the simplest of all. Okay, it started here. It started here. Expression expected. That's what caused the problem. Okay, it's an on, and then remember it started here. Now it's expecting an expression. Okay, I wonder what is it. This is a div. I can add an on-click event. Click save. Let's see, is it erroring? No. Okay, let me say on-click event. I don't like this. Okay, I really don't like it. Let me just go to another file and then add an on-click event here. Okay guys, let me just pause the video guys to save you your time. I will have to check why the on-click event it's giving me some problems. It's delaying the whole system, and once I add it, for some reason things won't work. Okay, I will be back now. Hey guys, I'm back. Thank you so much for your patience. Let's just quickly go back to JavaScript basics. Okay, so here when I'm assigning this test, and this test is a function that is outside this event, or even this module, or even here outside of here, it means that I am assigning this test. It will only be executed once somebody clicks an event. What I forgot is when I'm actually putting what can I say, this arrow function here, okay, it seems like I am executing immediately. So when the code runs, okay, this gets executed. It's not being called. Here I am calling a function when somebody will click here, but as soon as I put this square bracket, I am executing it. So this might be executed even when this loads. Okay, so I think that is the problem, simply because now after I just created a function outside of this one, it looks like everything works. Okay, so what we are going to do, let's just leave this one for now. Okay, remember we were going to delete this function anyway. We can just go back to where we were, which is here. Okay, and where here specifically we wanted, let's first create a function outside, which is here, const test, an arrow function. Okay, an arrow function. Okay, let's just let Okay, test, and then on click. Okay, where is our on click, which is here. We are going to assign test. Okay, that's not much of a problem. The name, it's good enough for us to test. npm run dev. Okay, my apologies about that mistake. Okay, maybe I'm used to that on React Native. I don't know what might have confused me. Okay, I don't know what might have confused me. Let's quickly go back here and run, and let's see. I'm hoping when I'm pressing here it's going to alert. Okay, let's see. When I'm clicking here, as you can see guys, now it's alerting. My apologies about that. This is my honest mistake. Okay, I just forgot the fundamentals. Okay, let's see. Are we recording? Yes. Okay, let's continue guys. Okay, so now I'm happy with this. So what we want to do now, okay, let's just change the naming. Okay, so we are going to call this function what's the name of this state? Is collapse. So this is going to be toggle collapse for now. Okay, that's what it does. If it's collapsed, it will change it. If it's already changed, it's not collapsed, then it will collapse. So it's something like that basically. Okay, so let's take this function and put it here. Okay, let's see guys, let me try to pick up the pace a little bit. Okay, so that I can feel fresh. Okay, let's see. So that's what we want to do, and then this needs to be here on top. Okay, so that we can set this to the opposite of that. Okay, when we get in here, we will check what is this value. If it's true, we'll set it to the opposite of that. It will be false. When we get here again, we will check what is in here on collapse. If it's false, we will set to the opposite of that. So basically this changes this. Okay, as you can see. Let's save and let's go back and see. 100% guys, this is what we want. And then let's also work on this arrow. As you can see, this arrow doesn't change. Okay, let's work on that. So let's render this arrow conditionally. Okay, I'm trying to pick up a pace a little bit guys, my apologies. I'm trying to refresh myself in the process. Okay, instead of quitting, I'm like, let me see how do I revive myself in the game. Okay, we have to do this. Okay, so I'm going to ask, okay, is this true? If it's true, that means it's collapsed. That means when it's collapsed, it must point to the right. Okay, else it must point to the... Okay, let me just put these and see what visually how they are, and I will change accordingly. My apologies about that. Yes, I think this works, as you can see guys, 100%. Okay, now this is like what can I say, too mechanic. Okay, it's not interesting. Okay, let's just see how can we smoothen this a little bit. Let's go back here and let's just add transition all. Let's see if it's going to be better. Much better guys. Okay, this is much better. Okay, at least it's much better. Okay guys, if you have managed to make it this far, congratulations, you are going to become a better developer. Let's just quickly reference the mockup. As you can see, there is a gap there. So what we can do, we can go to the padding top of this menu item to look for padding top. Let's just make it 70 and see. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now here there is some sort of a problem here. Okay, let me try something. Okay, if it doesn't work, it's fine. The reason why this is smooth, it's simply because we are working on the width. Okay, here, but here this is just on and off. It doesn't, what can I say, it doesn't move smoothly because this is more like a switch on and off. Okay, there is no half on and half off. It's either you are or you are not. That is the problem with this. So let's try to change that and also play around the width a little bit. The first technique that I'm going to use, I'm going to make this width 0, this one, okay, and make the overflow hidden, hoping that this is going to work. If it doesn't, I'm going to play around with the scaling. So I'm going to be very swift on that. Okay, let's see what we can do. Okay, let's see what we can do, where we are and what I'm looking for. I'm looking for this. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Okay, as I am looking for this, let me do what? Okay, let me comment this and put this as it is. Do we have a class name here? Yes. Now we don't have a width now on this h1. Okay, so we can use cn here. Okay, we can in fact we can first test if this is going to work. Let's make a width of 0 here first. Okay, as you can see, this is a width of 0, but this doesn't disappear. Okay, it doesn't disappear. As you can see, if I think even if I can have here overflow hidden here, overflow hidden, I don't think it will disappear. It does, guys, it does disappear on overflow hidden, meaning that we can use this. Okay, that means we are in the game. Okay, let's try that. So meaning that we want the width to be 0. When what happens? Okay, let's just quickly check that. Okay, it has happened. Let's see now what we can do. Okay, let's see, guys, what we can do. Let's use cn. My apologies about this. Let's put some block of code, cn, open this and put our base class, and then we need to make this width conditionally. If is collapsed, my apologies about that. If is collapsed, okay, if is collapsed, it's true. That means this must be active. Okay, my apologies about that. Let me be inside here. This must be active, or else just give me null. Okay, I think so. I think this can work. And since we are working on the width now, suppose it's also smooth, as you can see, guys. Okay, it's more like it's better now. So it gets small and gets small and gets small, and this will be pushed underneath this one and it will disappear. Okay, I think I'm happy with this. Let me just quickly see if the transition can be slower a little bit. Okay, let's see. Transition all. Transition. What else is there? Transform. transition or transition dash. Okay, do we have something like delay? Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a delay of what, but let's just put a delay just to test before we get to ChatGPT. Delay of 75. Let's see. Okay, I don't think there is a difference. And also, guys, let me not get into details of the small things. Okay, we have to keep it going, and I want you to get the most out of this. Okay, for now, let me settle for this. Okay, remove these delay things. Let me just settle for that. Let's look at the mockup. Okay, now it looks like we have to do what? We have to continue with this. There is a container here. Okay, as you can see, there is a container. A display column with a certain gap, including this. Okay, let's continue and do that. Okay, let's continue and do that. Let's see. This is that box. We don't no longer need this now. So what we are going to do, where is this? Okay, let's create that container. Oh, view, it's being used on React Native. Okay, here I'm supposed to say div. Okay, div. And then what I want to do, let me put this inside this div. Let's make sure that I format selection. Happy with this. Okay, as you can see, we can take all of this and put it here. Okay, and then after this, let's create that small line there, which is going to be a view. Okay, let's give this a name. To the left menu. I'm happy with that. And then the ID of this. Okay, the ID of this, it's going to be what? At the top icon group. I'm not going to use these names. Okay, they are just helping me to label my own things. We've got an error here. Let's just check what it is. Cannot find V. Okay, so we've got the top icon group. Where is it? Here is it. Okay, flex cap. This is not the top icon group. My apologies, guys, about that. Here is this group. Okay, this one. I'm happy with this. So what I want to do here, I've got a div. Let's see this end here. Before the end of this, I want a div, some sort of that horizontal line. Okay, happy with this. Okay, and then I want a class name. Okay, the background is going to be gray. Width will be what? Let me make it 10 and see. And the height, let's make the height of 2. Let's see. Okay, the height of 2 is too much. The width of 10, let's make it a width of 12. Let's make it a height of 1. Let's see. Okay, somewhat like it, but maybe the color. Or now, instead of using H1, let's just use pixel. Let's say 2 pixel. Okay, I like the pixel. Let's go to our own artwork. And do we have this color? Okay, let's go here. Double click here. What color is this? Copy that color to a code. And then BG, let's just use a custom color. Tag it, see. Go back. I'm happy with this. Okay. And then what I'm going to do for now, I'm just going to copy what? This is the flex row. Okay. Of everything. That's not what I want. I want this component. This one. Okay. And then right behind this ID, let me call this divider. Why this ID doesn't work? It's in the wrong place. ID. Okay, we call this divider. Happy with that. And then right after this divider, this can be a self-closing tag because it's not going to have anything inside. Where is the div? The div has just disappeared. Okay, let me remove it this way. And then a self-closing tag. I'm happy with that. And then let's paste this here. The same thing. Let's see. As you can see, guys, okay, it's taking shape. Now let's go back here on the divider. Now, because of we've got our own Tailwind CSS class center, we can just use it here. Let's see what will happen. I don't really see a difference. Did I put it on the right place? Nope. This is a divider. Let me just go on the group, the top icon group. Let's say class name. Class name, let's put our center. As you can see, guys, okay, obviously our center at the moment, it's changing things so that they could be more like a row. Okay, let me just quickly go back, guys. I'm that guy who is a diehard. Okay, I just want to make sure that really on the center we don't have flex column. I just want to be sure. Okay, I'm just that type of a guy. As you can see, it looks like we don't, because look at this. This is broken. Now I'm convinced that we don't. Okay, convinced that we don't. And then that will mean we need to put what, the flex column here in the calling code. I've got center there. I want the flex column here. Let's see. As you can see, starting to take shape. And okay, let me add a gap. Let me add a gap of 8. Let's see. That's too much. Okay, justification, we need to work on it there. Okay, so flex column and a gap of 8. Let's put a gap of 2. Let's justify center and see. If it doesn't work, we will use align. Looks like it doesn't work. Let's align center. Okay, align center. Okay, align center, it's what? Now I forgot, but I will quickly get it now. It's not align, it's justify content center. It's supposed to be align items, but CSS just use Tailwind use item center. Okay, I don't see a difference. Let's go back. Let's give this a color. Best. As you can see, it takes the width and height of this. I'm happy with that, but now why it doesn't align its own children to center? It looks like these are not aligning to center. What might be the case? The icon group, as it has a width to start with. Okay. No, it doesn't, but I don't think that's controlling factor. But let's see, width full, okay, meaning that it must fit the container. Okay, let's see. What else? This is very strange. Let's click here. This is the problem. And width full. Okay, width full. Let me make an H of full and see what will happen. Yeah, it works. Okay, can take the full width and height. Okay, let's see. This is flex column. I think this is center and this flex column and gap, there is a conflict here, so let's do it manually. Go back, flex, justify content center, items center. Let's see. Item center and item center. I'm happy with this. Let's see first. Okay. Everything looks fine when we are centering things horizontally. Now let me say flex. I think this is something I might also missed. Okay, flex and flex column. It might happen I've been using them interchangeably. You never know. Okay, maybe I was just typing flex column, hence there was no difference. Flex and flex column. Okay, let's say flex. Let's just say flex column without flex. Okay, this is interesting. What about the gap? Is the gap working? Let's make it a gap of 8. Okay, the flex direction doesn't want to be a column. Very strange. Justify constant center and everything works. Maybe do we have a height? Okay, let's see, h. Let's say h of 300 pixels. Okay, let's see. As you can see, we have it. And then I want you guys slash flex dash column to arrange things vertically. Yes. And the gap applies there. Okay, meaning that I was wrong by thinking that I can remove this. Something wrong. Okay. Okay, what influences these such that they don't want to align themselves? Okay. Let's see. Let's get row. Do we have some padding around these and margin? We don't. Okay, so guys, what we can do, let's end this here for now. Okay, Maybe it might happen also. I'm tired, but I don't know that. It might happen. It looks like I'm coding in circles and I don't like that. Okay. So let's just end here for now. Okay. Oh, we've got this element which forms part of everything, and maybe it might happen is disturbing. Okay, I think this gives me a reason to continue. Let's check. Okay, now I'm fired up. Okay, where is this? Here is this coded design. Where is it rendered conditionally? I remember we were rendering it conditionally. Oh, okay, here we are not rendering it conditionally because we have changed that system. Let's see. Yeah, now everything works well. Okay, everything works well. So let's see what we can do. Okay, everything works well. I like this. No guys, I'm going to continue. Okay, going to continue. I always felt like I'm not ready to quit, but also I was concerned about your time. Okay, I don't want you to look at me going up and down the code, but now we have identified the problem. Okay, so let's continue guys, by fire by force. Let's get this done. Okay, so what I want to do now, let me go back to here, remove this as a test. Okay, what else? The gap, let's make it 2. Come back and check. I'm happy with this. Okay, let's go and check that mockup. Okay, so the gap needs to be a little bit bigger. Let's say it's 4. Because maybe our height might not be exactly the same as this one. So let's settle for a height of 4 for now. Okay, and also what I'm going to do, I'm not going to put this logo in the same group as these guys. Okay, for now I'm just doing it for testing, but I think we can extract this to be on its own. Okay, on its own, and then these will be on their own. I think so. Okay, but for testing, I think I am happy with this for testing. Okay, this is what I'm looking for. Let me just quickly add these variations, all other icons. Let's see what else do we have. We have this icon. Okay, so let's go to React icons. Okay. Let me just say gift. Okay, let's take this one, copy this, import it where? Here. Okay, I'm happy. Oh, am I importing it here? Yes. The icons, I'm importing them here. And then let's copy this and use it. All right. Let's use it on this one. Okay, the size is 15. Okay, my apologies about this. I don't know why I always copy the wrong thing. Okay, now what I want to do, what I want to do, I want to replace this, and I want the size of 15. I want a color of, go back to our mockup. This is the color that we're looking for. I think we have used this color before, but that's not much of a problem. As you can see, then we can change what we can change, we can just remove the background. We don't want it. Okay, boom, I'm happy with this, though the icons are a little bit small, meaning that I'm in control. I can change that. Okay, happy with this. Check the markup, and the icons are a little bit visible. Let's make it 20. And then, as you can see, guys, this is the first icon done. Let's copy and paste all of these. Okay, let's see. As you can see, guys, we are getting there. I'm happy with this. We need how many for now? 1, 2, 3, which is the shopping cart. Okay, the shopping cart. Is it an outline or solid? It's an outline. Okay, looks like all these icons are outlined, so I might as well. But guys, this is a tutorial. Okay, this is just a tutorial. Okay, I want you to learn something, so it's not necessary that I have to be exact. Remember, you also have to get more with a short period of time. Okay, I must learn to, what can I say, not to be like too much in control of my work. Okay, let's see. I think this is what I want. Yes, this is the gift. I want to change this, so it's 20 and this color. Let me just paste this here. Okay, let me paste this here. Okay, I will change this later. All other things, let's see, and a box. And a box. Now what happened? Okay, let's click into home. A box, an outline box. Any box will work. Okay, the icons are not that important. Let me just click even this one. Okay, copy this, and then let's paste it here, guys. Okay, we are getting there. Paste it here. I'm happy with this, and then copy this box. Okay, copy this box and paste it where do I want to be? I want to be here. Okay, this is the shopping cart. Okay, this is the box, and then we'll just go to copy the color and size, paste it on a shopping cart. It doesn't work. Copy this up to here and paste it on the shopping cart. Suppose it works. And also paste it on the box. Suppose it works. Let's go back here and let's see. I'm happy with this. I'm happy with what I see here. Okay, the width. Okay, the width of this. Okay, check the divider, the width of the divider. Let's make it 10. And then the height, let's make it 1. I'm happy with this. Now let's go back to the box, this one, and then the gap. We have 6 here in the gap. Yeah, okay. As you can see, guys, our screen, this one and the one that we have here, might not be like the same. Okay, at the same time, we don't have to, what can I say, create an interface that is cluttered because we want to fit everything together. So I think from here we can some sort of improvise and see what we can do. Okay, as long as it's a look alike. Okay, that's what I'm thinking. Okay, maybe we can only put a 2 here and then we are done. Okay, so for now we have removed that one. Okay, what else? Okay, I think in terms of this name, but if scaling could be 0, let me try to work on approaches about that. Let's see, bring it back, but instead let's work on, do we have a CSS scale of 0? Let's try that. Still there is some sort of a problem. Okay, as you can see. Okay, so it gives a problem here. Here it works fine. Okay, it means that this was a nice try. Okay, but we just need to render it conditionally. Okay, we have to render this conditionally. Okay, I think so. So where is it? Here is it. Okay, we don't really need this CLX now because we are going back to the conditional rendering. Okay, we are going back to the conditional rendering. Let's see. Is collapsed true? If collapse is equal to true, you are supposed to be visible. No, it's not true. Then render this. Let's check, guys, and see. Okay, I'm happy. As you can see, there's everything works well. Okay, we are having this. Now when we hover over this, it looks like we need those CSS skills, or those CSS. What can I say? First of all, let's make sure. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? This is a component. Okay, this is a component, and this component, it doesn't take its own styles. So now we cannot style it, so that when we hover over it, it makes some changes. It's a problem, right? Let's go back to the original one. Let's find a way to add some styles. Okay, yeah. Let's receive styles. Okay. And then let's type the styles here. Icon, yes. Why I don't have commas here instead? Okay, this works fine for me. Styles, let's say as string for now. Let's see. Okay, for now. Okay, we will see what we can do. Okay, styles as string for now. Yes. Okay, and then what we want to do, we want to use these styles. Okay, where do we want to use these styles? On this container. Where is that container? Where is, this is the container. Okay, so the container uses class names. Okay, I'm happy with that. And then it renders this as a base, and then it has got color here. Can't we then extend this also, because it's an array? I believe we can also add these styles. Okay, looks like left menu is complaining because it's looking for the styles. Based on what we did here, this means that the styles are mandatory. But now if we press this, that means the styles are not mandatory. And then let's go back to the calling module. Now we've got an option for styles. let's style all of these. For instance, let's check the bottom one, the gift. Okay, bottom one, let's see, style. Okay, no, this is not the style, guys. I'm used to React Native. My apologies. It's class name. Okay, my apologies. We just need to copy this, go to the definition. Okay, where is styles? Where do I want styles? I want class names. Does not exist. Yes, I want class names here. Okay, and then what is okay? Even here, I want to post class names. Okay, let's save everything. Okay, let's go back. Is this still? Yes, everything still works well. Now, the last icon, which is, let me save and see, is everything still working well? Yes. Okay, so on the last icon, which is this one, box icon. Okay, it's this one. I want to pass some class names, which is, these are the class names. Okay, and these class names, what I want hover. As you can see, this hover, let's say cursor pointer. Okay, let's see if I'm going to get that. I'm happy with this. As you can see, guys, now our component is dynamic. And then when this is hovered over, I want the same styles that we have applied here. Okay, want the same style, so we might as well go back to the box and look for, where are those styles, the width and the height and rounded and center. Okay, so we want these, we want to reuse these, and then we can just change the background color. Let's see, let's go back here, and then what I want to do here, where is the class name, cursor pointer, let's see. Okay, this will work, this will work. So let's just put these here. This happens on hover. Okay, let's just put everything here. I think if we put these here, let's see what will happen. I think this will be some sort of visible. For instance, let's say BG, say BG gray. See, as you can see, this is always here. Okay, it must only be here on hover. Okay, what we can do, as you can see, this is a lot of styles. We can type hover around it, hover center, hover. It's going to be ugly. What we can do, we can create a custom style, and then on hover we are going to put that style. Okay, I think so. Oh, for now, let's just keep things simple. Let's just type hover over here for now. Okay, and then in terms of the BG, okay, I have to go to the mockup and take this one, this color. Where is this background? What's there? So this is the color. Yes. All right, let's use it. Okay, the background on hover is going to be this one. Happy with that. Center will always be there. Hover rounded. The rounded doesn't really need a hover effect. It must always be there. Okay, this is the background color that will change. Let's quickly go there and check this. All right, as you can see, I'm happy with that. but it looks like okay, let's go back and see what we can do here. This is active. Okay, this is an active color. When we are hovering, does this work for hover or for active? Let's just go back and see. Okay, this color is too dim for active. Okay, let's first work on this to be orange on the icon. Does the icon take classes? I think so. I think it can. Let's remove this. Oh yes, let's just put this color on classes. Okay, okay, let's see. Oh, class name is already here. BG. Okay, let's see if this is going to work first. Okay, now it looks like it's not taking the BG. Okay, an icon is being treated as a font. Okay, so it behaves more, it is being treated like a text. Okay, so I don't think we are changing it using the BG. Okay, even though I've made a little bit of a mistake there. Okay, let me first try this. Okay, and change its color using a text first. As you can see, okay, it behaves like a text. Okay, and then when I hover over it, I want this text color. For now, let me just type orange, just for testing. Okay, just for testing. As you can see, guys, okay, I like this bright color. Okay, I don't understand the idea of that, but we will see what we can do. Let's continue. Now let's go to our mockup. Are we still on? Yes. Okay, let's go to our mockup, and then I'm looking for that orange. For this orange. Okay, what can I do? Where can I get this orange? Okay, not a problem. I can just sample it from here just to make things easier, because the only thing that I want is this code. Okay, and go back here, and then what I want here, instead of text orange, I want to put my own color here. Happy with that? Let's go back and see. I'm happy with this. Okay, I'm happy with this. Now let's work on the width and height of that. Let's see the width and height of this. Let's make it 40. Okay, I'm happy with this. Okay, now as you can see, when I hover over this, this doesn't change the color. It only changes the color when I'm here. To me, that's a problem. Let's try a trick using the group. Okay, so let me say, what is a group of these for all of these? That box. Okay, this box now must be a group. Let's see, do we have group here? Group only. Okay, let me I just want group only. I think not group only this this name. I just want group. Okay, I'm not sure. Is that possible? Suppose. I don't know. I've never used this. Let me just quickly check on the internet. Okay, Group hover. I think it used to be group. Okay, not group only. Okay, let's see. Over PG. Let's see, where is the group? Okay, let's go. Okay, my apologies about this. But now what I saw there, it doesn't really looks like something that I've used before. Okay, or maybe I can trust what I'm thinking. As you can see, guys, it's only group. Okay, and then once you are done, and then you click group hover here. Okay, so even if there was nothing like group only here, but you can just type group, as you can see, and then where you want to hover over, you just type group dash. Okay, meaning that now this container, when it's highlighted, it will indicate to the child that also it must be activated. Let's see. As you can see, guys. Okay, I think this is much better. Okay, it has got some sort of a glow effect. I'm happy with this. So we need to do this for all of these. Okay, let's do that for all of these. Let's see. Yeah, we want all of this, and then we want to remove the color, then remove the color. Let's go back and see why it looks like on others it didn't work. Did I put this on the right place? No. Okay, because I was not supposed to change it here. Okay, let's see. This is the one, and then I'm supposed to copy all of this. Okay, and then I'm supposed to put this here. Does it mean I must remove the color from here on the sides and the text? Okay, let's see. There's a lot of things going on in here. Okay, now I see the problem. First of all, let's see, this class name is supposed to appear just like this one. Underneath there's an icon. Let's do that. Then underneath there's an icon. Yes, in terms of the icon, it has got the class names also. Now I see that replaces this. Yes, now I see. Let's quickly test if it's working here. This one doesn't have a group. Even this one doesn't have a group. What have I done on the group? Oh, because we are having a lot of group. Okay, this one I will deal with it later. Okay, guys, what we can do, at least we have managed to push. Okay, we have managed to push. This is awesome. Okay, at least let me take a break. Okay, I hope you've been learning something. Okay, I hope you've been learning something. If you might want to contact me, you can come here and click and contact me here at Let's Get on a 10-hour coaching course. I've got my own students besides YouTube. Okay, I teach you with your own flexible time. We are always arranged, okay, for 10 hours. Okay, it's very interesting, and it's it also helps me to explain things differently for absolute beginners. Enough about that. I've got also coded UI. This is coded UI. If you might want to learn more about coding, about UI design. Okay, let's say you want to learn more about this. Okay, as you can see, guys. Okay, here I was creating this. Okay, as you can see, this is the intro. Okay, let me just show you some highlight. As you can see, guys, okay, everything. Okay, when I was creating this, please, guys, support this channel of mine as well. I'm Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer. I hope I have tried by all means to deliver value. Okay, please share my content if you can, and also don't forget I've got buy me a coffee as well. You can just buy me even one coffee. I won't mind. Otherwise, for me, Matthew Msingati, the designer and developer, thank you so much for your time. All the best. See you on the next one.